I am a program director for the first session. My name is Cindy Zakuza Njagazi. I'm the chief director responsible for curriculum management in the Department of KwaZulu-Natal. I know people used to say Zakuza Njagazi, Njagazi Zakuza. So for you to get it correct, Zakuza, Duma Zakuza, Owendele Njagazi. So ibanjalo. Allow me also to welcome and to greet our councillor, Zonita Grobelal. I want to tell you that the other name that she is known of is that of Zanele Kabela. So whenever you see her, if you can't say Zonita Grobelal, just say Zanele Kabela. She has adopted that name and she knows it very well. Also, allow me to greet Professor Shokane, who is amongst us from the University of Zululand as the Dean of Humanities. Also with us, we've got Ubaba Umaralaka, who is the board chairperson of the National Libraries of South Africa. We also greet you, sir. With us, we've got Mr. Charlie Molepo. When I was driving this morning in Metro, they were talking about how people pronounce other people's names and how people feel when their names are not pronounced correctly. So I'm sure, colleagues, you will pardon me if where I'm supposed to say Lee, I will say Le. When I'm supposed to say Lee, and I will say D instead of Lee. So those things, I'm not very much familiar with those phonics, especially the Soto one. Allow me, colleagues, then to greet Mr. Charlie Molepo, who is the president of Library and Information Association of South Africa, who is with us. Also with us, we are having Miss Nadine. I'm not sure whether she has arrived. Yes, thank you. We've got Nadine Masten, who is the chairperson also of Literacy Association of South Africa. We want to greet you and welcome you, ma'am. We also have Professor Jacobs. I'm just checking in the house. We also have Professor Jacobs, who is the head of the department in the University of South Africa, who will be presenting to us virtually, whom I think has joined already online. So we want also to greet and welcome the professor where he is. We are still awaiting the presence of Mr. Mazibugo, who is a DDG for KwaZulu-Natal Department of Education, who will be representing the head of the department, Mr. Ngob. Also with us, we've got Mr. Masugu, who is the chairperson of the board. Also allow me to welcome as well as to greet all the board members present. With us, we also have Julia Norish. Let me welcome and greet her. To all our esteemed guests that are present here, would love also to welcome and greet you. There is the officials, the highest officials from University of Zululand, who are in partnership with the board that is hosting this function, together with the Department of Education that are with us. We are very much pleased to have them with us today. Allow colleagues to observe all the protocol. I may not call everybody, but let me assure you that each one of us in this summit, we are important. Therefore, colleagues, now as we are going to start, it is also an honor and a privilege to serve as a program director of this prestigious National Reading Summit, which is a collaboration between where we will find the stakeholders, all of them coming together in terms of improving reading as well as literacy in our society, and especially in schools where our learners are actually start to get to be taught on how to read. As we here today, colleagues, I would like us to think of our South African National Reading Campaign, a quotation which says, "A reading nation is a winning nation." So today, as we are gathered here, we are here to reflect as well as to reignite our collective responsibility to foster a culture of reading that transcends barriers. Also, we'll be looking around issues related to social, linguistic, as well as economic relations that actually hinder our learners as well as our communities in terms of accessing reading. So what I want to say, colleagues, is that literacy, as we know, is not a privilege. It is a right. So as we have gathered here, we need also to understand that. And through this summit, we commit ourselves once again to make that right so that we can see it as a reality in each and every child in South Africa. So allow us, colleagues, then to welcome our councillor who is going to represent our mayor of uMhlathuze. But before I call him, I want also to say, colleagues, as we welcome the councillor, we are honored to be joined by her, and her presence affirms the vital role that local government plays in supporting literacy and learning in the community level. Let us then welcome our councillor by quoting a quote of Nelson Mandela, which says, I quote, "The future of our communities is written in the books our children read today." Let us give her a warm welcome.
Greetings and good morning. So I'm just fighting with this. You know, when you're short, you have to make some adjustments. Thank you for the warm welcome. I have been introduced. Just for record purposes, I'm Councillor Zonita Grobelaar from the city of uMhlathuze, and I'm here to represent our Honourable Mayor, Councillor Xolani Ngwezi. Good morning, esteemed guests, educators, partners in literacy, and all champions of reading. It is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you today to our city of uMhlathuze, to the 3rd Biennial Reading Summit. Today we gather not only to celebrate the power of a written word, but to affirm our collective commitment in cultivating a reading nation. Reading is more than just a fundamental skill. It is the foundation of personal empowerment, academic achievement, economic opportunity, and informed citizenship. In a world of constant change, a literate society is a resilient society. In our communities, reading opens the doors of imagination for our children and strengthens both the bonds of families through shared stories, and create spaces where dialogue and understanding can flourish. It is the seed from which critical thinking and innovation grows. But a vision cannot be achieved in isolation. It demands strong strategic partnership between government, schools, libraries, civil society, and private sector, and families. We must work hand in hand to ensure that every child, regardless of the background, has access to books, reading spaces, and supportive environments that ignite a lifelong love of reading. Let the summit be a beacon of inspiration and collaboration, a place where ideas are shared, initiatives are born, and momentum is built towards truly literate and empowered nation. I thank you all for your commitment and your passion. May the efforts today show the seeds of a brighter, more literate tomorrow. I leave you with a quote, with words from Nelson Mandela: "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." I thank you and I welcome you to the summit. Generally, we have nice warm weather, but today I greet you with a bang of cooler weather, which we all welcome. And just to, before I end, be grateful you are not here in the middle of summer, because we would not be wearing our formal clothing today. We would probably be here in Speedos and bikinis, because this weather is something else. Once again, I welcome you to the city of uMhlathuze, and may you enjoy your stay with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Grobelal Kabele, for your warm welcome. Colleagues, I think now you can take off your jackets. Can you? Or you are feeling cold? Colleagues, allow me now, colleagues, to call upon a professor for a welcome address. Professor Shokane, who is a Dean of University of Zululand. As Professor going to ascend the stage, I want to tell you that it is also our privilege to have her in our midst as a scholar, as well as as a champion of human development. Her academic leadership continues to shape generations of thinkers, generations of readers, as well as generation of writers. As she is going to ascend the stage, I want to welcome her also with the same quotation, which says, I quote, "Education is the most powerful weapon which can use to change the world," close quote, by Nelson Mandela. So you can see that I'm just waiting for her to come and address us in this occasion. Thank you so much, ma'am. Over to you.
Good morning. Sanbonani. Welcome to Zululand. On behalf of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Mdose, I would like to welcome you to this summit. Specifically our distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, all the participants in the program, and our students who are here. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 3rd Biennial Reading Summit hosted by the Department of Library and Information Sciences at the University of Zululand in collaboration with the National Library of South Africa. It is very important for us to have partners, stakeholders who are in this journey with us, specifically the National Library of South Africa. I would like to honor and notice Mr. Maralak, who's the chairperson of the National Library of South Africa, and with your team present here, specifically other board members, I believe they are also here. The interim CEO, Ms. Chikwatamba, and all those which I can't mention by names, you are very important. Mr. Maralak, the Vice Chancellor specifically said I must tell you or inform you that she's still waiting for the official MOU, and she would like to host you in our institution because there's lots of work behind the scenes with your great institution, especially our students who every year they get supported by the National Library of South Africa. I would like also to acknowledge and welcome the office of the Honorable MEC of Department of Education, Mr. Honorable Shomuga. I believe you are represented here by the DDG Mazibuko from the Department of, is it basic education? You ask, because we have higher education and basic education. As we know, colleagues, everything, I mean, even for me to stand here and be able to read, it starts with the basic education, which is the foundation for all. So it's very important that they are here and they are part of this great movement of reading. Department of Arts and Culture, Ms. Kwala, DTG, I'm not sure if you're here already. We acknowledge you. Mr. Mulepo, the president of LIASA, our library association. Can you imagine if we have all those information in the world and we don't have a library? What was going to happen? Where were we going to store all the information? And I believe we also have the chairperson of LITASA. Ms. Mustan, you here? You're welcome as well. And also our great uMhlathuze municipality, under the mayor, Councillor Ngwezi. Councillor Grobler, you were here. I think you were the one who were opening for us. I'm welcoming you now to our university. I know you welcome us to the soil of uMhlathuze. Thank you very much. And colleagues, I'll say all protocol observed. If I didn't mention you, you'll pardon me. These were the specific names the Vice Chancellor requested me to actually acknowledge from her office. My name is Lulu Nkosi Shokane. I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. I am delighted to see our Department of Library and Information Science Studies to bringing together all of you here, our scholars, our researchers, our practitioners, to share the passion for reading and explore its transformative power. I believe over the next 3 days, starting from today, we'll engage in thought-provoking discussion, insightful presentation. I believe everyone has managed to access the program, and I believe we're scanning there the door to show that we're moving with digital transformation and we're saving the environment. I see there's less printing of programs and papers. Thank you very much for that. And we are impressed of your theme, Cultivating a Thriving Literacy Landscape, 30 Years of Democracy and Beyond. And we believe that with this theme, the summit will provide a platform for us to reflect on the significance of reading in our lives, its impact on our communities, and its role in shaping our understanding of the world. I would like to extend my gratitude to my HOD, Dr. Dlamini, the Department of, and your team in the Department of Library and Information Sciences. I also acknowledge the HOD of English, Dr. Mafu, English Department. I know there's a lot of reading that you do also there in that field. And I am confident that this summit will provide a platform for us to reflect and share and have contacts and have collaborations and to work together. Everyone who worked behind the scenes tirelessly to make sure that this summit it's taking its shape today, we thank you for putting everything together. And in conclusion, I would like to say, let us use this opportunity to celebrate the joy of reading, to share our knowledge and expertise, and forge new connections that enrich our academic and professional endeavors. Welcome to the 3rd Biennial Reading Summit, and I wish you all a productive and enriching experience. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much, Professor, for welcoming us at the University of Zululand. Colleagues, now we are going to be also welcomed where we are going to get our opening address by our Mr. Maralak, who is the board chairperson for National Libraries of South Africa. So this is the big boss, I'm told. When he was introduced to me, they were said, this is our big boss. But he said to me, no, I'm not a big boss. So I know people don't want to be called big bosses. But also, to open this summit officially, we welcome in the podium a visionary person at the helm of one of our South Africa's most important literacy institution, which is Mr. Maralak, the chairperson of the board, and who will also reflect on the national imperatives driving literacy and the role of libraries in shaping an informed citizenry. So let us welcome the chairperson. I would love to welcome the chairperson by a quotation by Henry Ward Beecher, who says, I quote, "A library is not a luxury, but one of the necessities in life." Welcome, sir.
Good morning. I was saying to the chairperson of Lihasa, I said, the podium is big, everything is big. I hope we don't fall, because I'm looking at the two of us, two big people standing on a big podium. But nevertheless, it's a great opportunity for me this morning to just be here and talk to you. I see this as a very, very important aspect within our country, and especially this particular summit. So let me, Program Director, thank you for leading us this morning. Also, distinguished guests from the MEC's department, and of course, I was told this is the city, it's not the municipality. It's the city of uMhlathuze, right? So I was told. So, and also all leaders of government and civil society, esteemed guests in the educational field, and publishing, as well as our library information service professionals. Now, let me take a moment first before I begin to deal with the speech. I actually want to speak first to the president of Lihasa to convey to I think he was the first president, if I'm not mistaken, in 2004 to 2024, no, 2004 to 2008. Mr. Tommy Mati, he lost his sister last week, and so convey on behalf of the board our condolences to him and to his family. Distinguished guests, I have the honor today of welcoming you to the 3rd Biennial Reading Summit. Now, when I look over, I see well-experienced and well-versed professionals within the field. But I see also people that are committed to building literature and a liberated South Africa. And as we stand here, we have celebrated 30 years of our democracy. But most importantly, what I think we need to do, we need to be bold in looking at how would the next 30 years look within the field of reading, within the field of literature. How do we shape South Africa going forward? And I think when we look, we need to ask ourselves, what do we want to see in the next 30 years? And what I would want to see in the next 30 years in terms of the literature landscape is to see it is rooted in access. Access for the child out there in Oakkeep or out there in uMhlathuze. Everybody has access. The other important thing is that we need to look at issues around equity. And how do we transform this particular important literature landscape? And that is important. I think when you look at, there's a very well-known quote that President Ramaphosa said. He said, "A nation that reads is a knowledgeable nation. One that knows where it comes from, and more importantly, where it's going." And then, of course, the program director took my one quote, which Nelson Mandela said. He said, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. But for you to get educated, it starts with reading. No educated person can say, I can become educated without reading. So reading is what we should nurture. Reading is what we should put into place for people to become educated. You know, I was looking at the theme that we have for this particular summit, which says cultivating a thriving literature landscape. And I had to go back to the days when I was a child. You know, when my father said, clean the garden. He doesn't say clean it just from the top. He says you need to cultivate. It means you need to turn the soil. And so while we are gathering over the next 3 days, we need to turn the soil. We need to think outside of our comfort boxes, outside of what we know, to set a landscape that is moved far beyond what we say and what we do. We need to move our box and enlarge it. And our thinking patterns needs to grow bigger, so that we can reach and deliver a literature landscape that speaks to the future. You know, I like to use the word future fit, and the board members and the management, I always talk about future fit. Because if we do not move the literature landscape to a future fit, we are going to stagnate. And we need to move to that future fit. We need to imagine a landscape where reading is a national value. We need to imagine a landscape where writers are nurtured from every walk of life. We need to look at the landscape and say that our libraries need to serve as a democratic space for thought and access, where all stories, irrespective from where you come, are heard. All stories are written in languages that reflects the demographics and our society. Dr. Seuss is, I don't know if you are familiar with Dr. Seuss, but Dr. Seuss says this important thing. He says, the more that you read, the more you think you will know. The more that you learn, the more places you will go. And so what he's trying to say, he says, reading is the essence of transcending somebody into somewhere else. And that is the platform that we need to create. And so this summit needs to go beyond of what we just know. We need to go beyond of those things that we are familiar with. And we need to think outside of the box. And that is the important call that I want to make to everybody that is here. I think the summit originated from the results of the 2018 reading assessment, where we saw how things are looking. And that necessitated the National Library and the department and with partners to bring about this reading summit. And so when we gather here today, it's a reflection of where we have come from. But it also should be directing us on where we should go. We should be setting a clear direction of how we want to build reading within the nation. Reading should never be a privilege for the select few. It should never be that a select few can access reading material. In fact, for me, reading is a human right that every person should be having. Every person should be entitled to access. Reading should be the foundation of every person's learning. It should be the foundation of every person's identity. It should be the foundation of every person's opportunity. Furthermore, reading should inculcate dignity with individuals. And so the National Library is proud of its strategic vision by taking the library to the people. And through different partnerships and different collaborations, we have expressed ourselves in the initiatives of our book clubs, mobile exhibitions, community storytellings, and many more. Jim Rohn says this thing. He says, reading is essential for those who seek to rise above the ordinary. Let me repeat it. Reading is essential for those who seek to rise above the ordinary. And if you want to have an impact in our educational system, then these professionals that are sitting here needs to rise above the ordinary. Needs to rise above what we know so that we can reposition and redesign the landscape, the literature landscape of this beautiful country. But I will be amiss to say that what we have done over these past years, we have done alone. We have had various partners, and even when we started the first reading summit, I think it was with UNISA and some other partners. And so that is where we are. So everybody that sits in this room and is not here and is even online are contributors to what we have achieved over time and what we will going to achieve going forward over the next 30 years. And the National Library cannot go it alone. It needs partners. It needs collaboration. And I'm taking you up on that issue, Professor. We will, in the next month, do that MOU with the University of Zululand. That MOU will come, in the next month. Yeah. So when I look at what we have done with partners, there is the Funda Mzansi Championships, which we drive. It's promoting reading. There's the reprint of South African classics, which we have done with partners. Our community publishing programs, our reading ambassadors, and many more. So our vision as the National Library, with our partners, should always be to ignite a culture of reading that lasts a lifetime. You cannot just do reading for now. What we need to do is put into, there's a saying that they say, if you want to hide something from a colored and an African, put it in a book. You know that saying? So it's upon us to change that saying, to make sure that everybody reads, so that nothing can be hidden from us. But more importantly, that we change the next 30 years of this beautiful country, where we have highly educated people coming from all races. Because nobody can hide anything in the book anymore for us. That's the important thing. But we are facing a challenge. And the challenge that we are facing is technology. And you may say, why is it a challenge? Because not every child has access to it. Not every child has the ability out there in the rurals of rural, in Great Town. We need to make sure that that child that grew up in that village have access to technology where he can access reading material. And it's incumbent on us to do that. And so there are millions of children that are being threatened to the process of being excluded because of technology. And it is incumbent on us and the brilliant minds that are sitting here to make sure that as technology evolves, those children begins to have also access. They are not left behind like in the 60s and the 70s and the 90s, when some of us that were sitting here were left behind. And we had to catch up, and we caught up very quickly. But it's incumbent on us to make sure going forward that nobody is left behind. And so we have to make sure that every child access literature via the digital platform. And therefore, I always make this thing, and the board members that are here and the management, I always say to them, think outside the mortar and bricks. Don't talk to me about the library. If you talk about the library outside of mortar and bricks. And that is where our thinking must be. So we have a collective responsibility to take technology not as a barrier, but to make technology the bridge to access literature. And that is our collective responsibility that we have as we sit here. That's why over the last few months I've spoken to management and the board and saying, we need to digitalize our national heritage collection for public to access. We need to provide a remote and mobile platform that extends library services to undeserved areas. We need to begin to do more virtual exhibitions and online reading rooms. We must get greater participation and partnership with schools and universities so that we can upskill and move beyond the norm. So the hybrid format of this summit is but one of the processes which we begin to implement going forward. Barack Obama said that this important thing. He said, reading is the gateway skill that makes all other learning possible. And we need to see reading as the most important factor. Because if people want to become engineers, they have to read. If people want to become doctors, they have to read. If they want to become librarians, they have to read. Without reading, you are at a disadvantage. And we that sit here has a collective responsibility to make sure that that gateway don't close, but everybody have access to that gateway. So we need to dream for the next 10 years. What is our next 10 years going to look like? And I want to be bold to say by 2035, we should have said that reading is recognized as the foundation of development. By 2035, we should be saying that libraries as virtual partners and vital partners in the education stream, in building a nation. We should be saying by 2035 that we have promoted indigenous language and multilingual literature. We should be saying that we have harnessed the potential of digital innovation. We should be saying that we have ensured that reading is a shared social responsibility from grassroots to political level. That is where we should be thinking and say that is what our next 10 years should look like. We should have achieved those things. We should not be here sitting and, there's one thing I hate. And those that knows me, I hate talk soaps. The worst thing I regret about summits is that we talk a lot and little implementation. And I so hope that this summit will not be one of those summits where we have spent 3 days, and when we come back, very few things has been implemented. We should be dreaming. So in conclusion, this morning, reading is about more than books. Reading is about identity. Reading is about possibilities. But more importantly, reading is about freedom. Freedom of the mind. A child that cannot read is captive. But a child that can read sets his mind free. And so reading is more than just a book. It's about setting the platform for a child to dream, for a child to be free. A child that has never seen how America looks, where our president is today, hoping things to smooth things. A child, when you read, it's setting a child's mind free to see how America looks, although he has never been there. That is what reading is about. Frederick Douglass says this thing. He said, once you learn to read, you will be forever free. Ladies and gentlemen, let us deliberate, let us discuss, but more importantly, let us transform the landscape as we gather over this next 3 days. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, Mr. Maralak, for a very powerful speech that all of us from this summit, we are now going to say all what we are going to discuss, we are going to implement, because the chairperson have said it loudly that this should not be a talk show where we simply talk and after that we don't implement. So we welcome your speech. Also, what you have said will shape this nation. Thank you so much. In our programs, we were supposed to have Ms. Gwala, who is an acting DDG for the Department of Sports and Culture, whom I'm told is not yet part of us, but we are going to continue to invite in our podium Mr. Charlie Molepe, who is the president for Library and Information Association of South Africa. So we are now going to listen to a leading voice in the library information sector, who is going to bring a national perspective on a strategic role of libraries as literacy anchors across all levels of society. Allow me to welcome you, with a quotation by Carla Hayden's, which says, I quote, "Libraries are the great equalizer of knowledge and opportunity." Let us warm welcome the speaker on the floor. Thank you.
I understand there is something I can use. Unfortunately, it's an old technology. It doesn't fit in mind. If anyone has a memory sticks that I can transfer, because it doesn't fit, it's a big one. Let's put it like that. No, it's big. Yeah, whilst they are trying to resolve that, let me introduce myself. My name is Charlie Mlep. I decided to wear my jacket. This person pays my salary. The other does not. I wanted us today just to talk to let me see F8. Yeah, thank you. Right, I've titled my talk, "The Role of Libraries in Eradicating Illiteracy and Improving the Meaning of for South African Children." So the emphasis really is on the role that libraries can play. I know here we've got different stakeholders who will be echoing what they think their role would be. So I'll strictly concentrate on the role of libraries. The reality is that South Africa, depending which data you use, we face about 78% of children in grade 4 who cannot read to understand. We know it is a contested terrain, but that is our reality. So, and what we need to do then, we need to look at what is it that we can do. Because all of us, we agree. One thing that makes me sad though, is that even in cases where we all agree, we don't seem to be doing what it's supposed to be. We know that, for instance, there's an organization called Equal Education. It took our government, Department of Basic Education, to court and won the case that every school should have a library. And to date, we are not even at 20%. So what we need to look at now, the challenge is that how then can we bridge that gap? Because we know that it's not going to happen at the moment. So one of the suggestions that we are bringing as a library sector is a collaboration between the public sector, the community library sector, and the school sector. Most of you who are librarians, you would know that our council, which is the National Council of Library and Information Science Services, advises the three ministers, the Minister of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, the Minister of Education, and the Minister of Basic Education, and the Minister of Higher Education and Training. So those, And until those three work together, it's highly unlikely that we would find ourselves in a situation where we need to be. So if, am I getting it? Okay. All right, thank you. No, it's fine. Let me just speak to it, it's okay, even if we don't project. So if you look at the literacy, we have a very high literacy, illiteracy among our youth and school-going children. And because of that, what we require, as the chair has already indicated, that we need equitable access. Most of you are not aware, sitting here today, today until Friday, 26 organizations, including Blind SA, Equal Education, Section 27, are in Constitutional Court asking the President to sign the Copyright Amendment Bill. That bill, if it's signed, it gives an opportunity to bridge the gap that we currently have of those who have and those who don't have. Because what it does allow, those what we call exceptions, where it allows for educational purposes that we can make copyrighted material available to those communities. That is one way of bridging the gap. And if you look at technology currently, we are in a situation where we find that even in rural communities, those communities have access to some smartphones or to technology that they can use to read. So the question is that if our president can just sign that act, sign that bill to an act of parliament, I can say we would be pushing this wheelbarrow. Actually, it will turn from a wheelbarrow into a jet by 10 years. Because what it means that now learners in rural areas will be able to find information that they can read much easier, because it will give organizations such as those organizations that are promoting literacy, where they find it that it's almost difficult, even though you get donation for books, but to send those books is also expensive. And even when you've got those books in those areas, to keep them useful for a long period is also difficult. Whereas an electronic book does not disappear. Nobody can steal it. Nobody can damage it. It is always there. So one of the things that as public libraries and libraries can do also is to promote the early childhood literacy programs. Most of the public libraries do have what we call story time. We know of organizations like Nalibali that promote storytelling and reading. And we've got public libraries that promote reading cycles and in affluent areas. And you can hear me, affluent, even the term, it's very expensive. You find they've got programs where parents read to their children. But we know our parents are not affluent. So we would try and bridge that gap. Then we've got some programs that are a partnership with, where you've got mobile libraries and an organization that donate books, who are here even today, and the issue of digital literacy. So I've taken some time to look at some few case studies, or what we call them success stories. So if those few organizations do what they do, if you can imagine what we can do as if we pull together. I'm looking at Room to Read. I'm looking at the book bus. I'm looking at Puku. Children Literature Foundation. Those are some of the organizations and individuals who have taken a decision to try and eradicate illiteracy. If a communist country and a country that is under sanctions by the West, Cuba, has zero illiteracy, why can't we? So lastly, let's look at the challenges now. What are the current challenges in the library sector? Chair of the board. The current challenges that we've got is that there is an anomaly with public and community libraries. They are found in municipalities and cities and metros, but they are not funded at that level. So when it comes to budgeting, like now, when people are unable to correct revenue, they've got strict budget. Then they look at where they can cut. They go to the library because it's an unfunded mandate. Infrastructure. We know that DSAC is playing a huge role now with conditional grant in building libraries, but it's still a challenge. Staffing, it's also a challenge. But above that, there are so many opportunities that we have seen. The private-public partnership, I've just mentioned a few just now. Those are good examples. And if more of us work together, for example, some of these foundations or these organizations are funded by a trustee I belong to. So when the two associations, SAILIS, which was a historically white staff association, library association, joined with ALASA, which was a historical African library association, they set aside funds to fund projects for literacy. And that's why today we've got a trust called that is used to distribute those funds. And most of this association look at those funds also. And two, we look at the integration. We need to work together and see if we can join forces and have a single a project that we can work together as a different association and foundations. So that ultimately, when we look at the impact, we can all assess the same impact as a group. Because currently, what we do, we just count numbers. It's quantitative in a way. It's not qualitative because we don't look at the impact we are making, but we look at the numbers we have covered. Can go back and say, we have so many people that we've got. And colleagues, the reality is that if our children cannot read to understand, we are not going anywhere. But as I've said again, there are good opportunities. Currently, as the chair was saying around the issue of indigenous languages, we've got a project, hey, KZN and AK-47. There is a current project called SWEEP. I'm not sure how many of you have heard of it. SWEEP is a collaboration between SADILA, Wikipedia, and PenSlab, where they are trying to create content in indigenous languages and upload it in Wikipedia. And I am appealing to all of you, those who, for instance, if it has not come to your university or in your region, please attend those workshops. Let us participate in the SWEEP project. and create the content so that African languages doesn't become a scarce skills. Then we've got Funda Mzansi by the National Library and the Department of Correctional Services. That's one opportunity that we can use to also try and use it so that it eradicates. This program, it has a potential. So if we start from individual libraries, right from a ward, and then it goes up to a town, it goes up to a district, it goes out to the province. By the time it comes to the national level, it has covered all the learners in the country. So let's look at how can we enrich. And I hope individuals can stop being selfish in trying to stop some of these projects. The last one, Chairperson, which is gonna make you smile. Currently, we liaise with the City of Johannesburg. They are running what we call Mobi Readathon. Children reading using mobile technology. It started with City of Johannesburg. We embraced it. It rolled down to 3 provinces. This year, 9 provinces are participating. And in July, we would be looking at. And we are encouraging National Library of South Africa to take this project so that it becomes a national project whereby we are not only teaching students to read using technology, but we are also promoting what we call internet safety or digital safety. And this will culminate in the last week of October, during the National Digital Literacy Day, where we are going to announce the winner of the schools and individuals that would have participated. With those few words, I would like to make the following recommendation. We need to invest in the library infrastructure. We need to embed library training in all the things that we do, in the programs that we have. We need to promote reading as a family and community. We need to expand mobile and digital library services. And lastly, we need to implement, not lastly. Chairperson, the National Library of South Africa ran a project for DSAC where they developed a national policy of LIS. That was in 2018. That policy is lying on the cupboards of DSAC. It has not been implemented. Please, Chairperson, go to the National DSAC and ask, where is the national policy that my organization developed? There is another document called LIS Transformation Charter. It's also lying there in the DSAC offices. Also, please, Chairperson, go there and find out. And say, what role can the National Library then play in implementing these 2 documents? With those few words, I would like to say thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You can concur with me when I say this was indeed a powerful presentation by the President. In KZN, such noise that scared you, we are used to it. You can see that everybody was calm, except you. Colleagues, I think we can all concur that indeed libraries are the great equalizer of knowledge and opportunity. Hence, the speaker indicated that as we speak, there is a court case that is sitting, dealing with such issues. Let me welcome DDG Mazibuko, who has just joined us, representing the head of the department for the Department of Education. We greeted you in absentia, Mr. Mazibuko. Can we then, colleagues, continue with our presentations? We have in our midst Miss Nadima Masten, who is the chairperson for Literacy Association of South Africa, bringing both research and advocacy into sharp focus. We welcome a message from Ms. Masten. Her leadership underscores the importance of evidence-based approach and professional network in advancing literacy. So allow me to welcome her with a quotation by Jean Evershed, who said, I quote, "To read is to empower. To empower is to read." And that is your motto. Thank you so much. Let us welcome her.
Good morning, everybody. I am one of the short ones, so I apologize to those tables. I hope I can see you and you see me. Thank you so much for the welcome and for the honor of being here to represent not just the Literacy Association for South Africa, but also Room to Read. My name is Nadima Mustan. I'm an avid reader. I'm passionate about children and books and access, and I'm a qualified teacher, and I, for my whole life, really, have been in the field of teaching children how to read and advocating for children to be able to read. So it's really my honor to give this message of support to my friends and the colleagues working for the same goal that I've always dedicated my efforts to, and for the children of our country. In fact, I see it as a duty, really, to stand together in support and solidarity with those who want the same kind of society that I want, the kind of society where parents can send their children to school safe in the knowledge that their child will receive a good quality education and develop hunger for knowledge and service. I dream of a society where communities have access to well-funded libraries, well-resourced libraries that reflects and services the very people who use it. I believe in a society, and I want to build a society where we don't need to explain why an African language-speaking child deserves no less than their English or Afrikaans-speaking counterpart. Namely, I believe in support for and resources for their languages from the cradle to old age, used in high-status functions like education. Some people seem to exist with the assumption that all we need is to fix this one thing. That if we just make sure this thing happens, our problems will go away. The world wants a singular hero. It wants one solution. It wants one program. It wants one specific activity, one person to drive the change, and then we'll just sort the problems out. But there's no silver bullet to this challenge we face. There's no magic solution, and it cannot be done with a single thing. It requires all of us, and the many more outside of this room, working together with communities, with institutions, with governments, and indeed with our children. And we do this so that we can create more and varied books in African languages. Our children deserve non-fiction books. They deserve to know about volcanoes in Sindebele. They deserve to know about amphibians in sign language. Children who are hard of seeing and are blind deserve access to books in Braille. And so we need to work together to produce and make these available widely for our children and for our communities. We need to build and maintain libraries in schools and communities. We need to remind people that reading and writing is heart and soul work, as well as tools to navigate modern life. And it requires us to provide many things on many levels in a sustained fashion. And this is why things like support and solidarity are necessary. We have, all of us, our part to play. And we need to keep asking each other, how can we help? So people in this room and beyond, I know personally, and I know through their example and their legacy, have fought long and hard for what we have today. But there's still so much more to do. We have to work tirelessly. We have to put aside minor differences. We have to work together for our children so that they can receive the access to the education that we believe that they deserve, and that we help to build our democratic nation in a way that makes us all proud. And so in doing so will allow us to build bigger and dream better. And we hope that in the coming days that you will enjoy and be inspired by the presentations, that you'll network and get to know the people around you so that we can all collectively come together to build a bigger and brighter future for our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nadim, for your presentation. World is a very small, the world is very small. So we bounce on each other in several occasions. But I'm happy that we are working together with all stakeholders in ensuring that we promote reading in our schools, in our society as well. Colleagues, allow me now to call a special address by Professor Jacobs. I'm not sure whether we have already connected. Can I check from the back? Those that will be assisting us with the presentation to link Professor Jacob with us. Are they ready? Okay, maybe whilst we are still looking at our connection, allow me, colleagues, to call upon Mr. Mazibuko, who is a DDG for KZN Department of Education. We are honored to welcome a distinguished leader in our department, Mr. Mazibuko, and his address will unpack a systemic, socio-economic, and pedagogical dimensions contributing to Africans' children performance in international reading benchmark or assessment. Let us engage colleagues with open minds and critical hearts as he is going to take us through. But allow me to welcome him with a quotation from Ludwig, which says, I quote, "The limits of my language mean limits to my world." Let us welcome Mr. Mazibuko. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I'm not sure whether you were using two mics to make your voice a little bit louder, or the audience can deal with my voice in one. Okay. Yeah, they are assuring me that they can. Allow me to greet the Program Director, Mrs. Njagazi, and also acknowledge and greet everyone who is here, and start by apologizing for my principals who, in terms of the invitation and the program, were supposed to be here. Both the head of department, Mr. Ngobo, who is unfortunately not well these days, and the MEC for Education, Mr. Shomuga, who unfortunately had to deal with other matters, and they had requested me to be here on their behalf. Program Director, let me also acknowledge and greet Mr. Maralak, who is the chairperson of NLSA, and the other board members who are here. Let me also recognize Professor Spokane, Dean of Social Sciences, University of Zululand. Equally greet and acknowledge Professor Giane, who is the Deputy Dean of the University of Zululand, who is here. Mr. Charlie Mlepo, who is the President of LIASA. Mr. Chikwatamba, who is the Interim CEO of NLSA. Mr. or Ms. G. Mkhunu, who is the Manager Libraries in the city of uMhlathuze Municipality. Ms. N. Musa, who is the Executive Director, NSLA. All the distinguished guests that are here, and in particular, the Mayor of uMhlathuze Municipality, and all the councillors who may be here on his behalf. A very good morning to all of yourselves. Program Director, I decided to use two methods in dealing with my presentation, noting that I was going to address people that deal with reading, and I said to myself, there are many media that they normally use, electronic, and also I need to acknowledge that and also use some paper. And with an indication, colleagues, that the document that you see me navigating through using paper is also available electronically. So you don't have to stress in the event. The organizers of this will then be able to share that with you. And lastly, Program Director, let me acknowledge departments who are here, Department of Education, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, who is also here. When we talk about reading in South Africa or reading anywhere in the world, we need to acknowledge first that there is a problem. Especially in South Africa, it is no secret that we are faced with a severe and a deepening literacy divide. The divide, colleagues, in South Africa will always express itself in a number of platforms. Whether you want to talk about people in terms of their economic status, when you are looking at them using the South African eyes, you will always come across a divide. Whether you are looking at people in South Africa using where they live, you will come across a divide between urban and rural. But also, according to the Progress in International Reading Literacy Study, which is the PELS study, together with the 2030 Reading Panel, we now know it has been reported that about 80% of the country's foundation phase pupils struggle to read for meaning in any language. And that is the problem I am wanting to talk about. And looking at the divide that I spoke about and the problem that I am also making a reference to, I want to argue that these alarming statistics highlights a need for urgent intervention and access to impactful educational tools that support early childhood development. So if as a country we want to make sure that we fight and we succeed in fighting the divide that I spoke about, and also we want to make sure that we improve in the reading problems that I secondly spoke about, then we need to make sure that there are educational tools that can also support early childhood development. According to Mhlathuze, who is coming from Literacy Association of South Africa, in 2025, she argues that learners who grow up with weak literacy skills will also, in later years, struggle with subjects like mathematics and science. And those students are less likely to complete school or access to higher education. So that when we talk about reading and we talk about the problems that are associated with reading, we must also project and say we are not only focusing on the battle against reading problems, but we are wanting to advantage our learners so that they complete high school, and if they do complete high school, they also access higher education. And Program Director, we need to note that in the 2021 PEARLS assessment, there were 3 countries that participated from Africa. It was South Africa, ourselves, Morocco, and Egypt. What is more important for us to note is that South Africa and the other African countries were competing against first world countries. And that is why it is important when we talk about our problem in terms of reading for our foundation phase learners, we need also to acknowledge that in this study by PEARLS at 2021, it was revealed that Singapore scored at 587, while we as South Africa, we scored at 288. And it is important, Program Director, to note that Singapore is above the center point, which is 500 points. But the same colleague that I quoted, Chizu, then observes, I quote her, when she says, over time we have seen growing awareness of the importance of literacy with increased access to reading materials through digital platforms and community-led initiatives. However, as systemic issues such as unequal access to quality education and resources continue to affect the development of a strong, widespread reading culture, of quote. So the argument presented here is that when we wish to improve in terms of our reading scores by the next PEARLS assessment that we are going to participate in, we need to make sure that we improve access to reading materials, be it digital platforms, and also make sure that we support community-led initiatives. But in this quotation, there is also an observation about systemic issues, which then lead to where I started about the divide and the problems associated with reading. Major challenges include unequal access to early childhood education. When we talk about problems our learners are facing, one to note is the challenges which start by unequal access to early childhood education, a shortage of reading materials in all South African languages. Reading materials may be there, but found and not found in all South African languages. Under-resourced schools and libraries. We need to note that most of our schools, especially in township and rural communities, do not have libraries. If libraries are there, they are under-resourced. Not sure, Program Director Ute, we are used to this kind of noise. Charlie, when you were here, you had reason to be intimidated like myself. So I'm not sure whether I'm not coming from KZN. That was on a lighter note. But then when we talk about the problems facing our learners, we also need to acknowledge that socio-economic factors and language barriers, they also play a part. And most of our learners also, we need to acknowledge that they are taught in a language which is not their mother tongue. And that is also what is contributing to the problems that we are faced with. To deal with the above, I argue, Program Director, that there is a need to cultivate the love of reading, which starts with the access to engaging, relatable, and age-appropriate material, especially in the learner's home language. So if you are wanting to improve the reading of an isiZulu-speaking child, make sure that you expose that child in isiZulu material. If you are targeting to improve the reading of an isiNdebele-speaking child, make sure that you expose that child into material that are written in isiNdebele. Further, Program Director, in the article dated 24th April 2025 by Professor Dara Hill, who is the Professor of Reading and Language Arts in the University of Michigan, Dearborn, she contends, I quote, 5 years after the pandemic forced children into remote instruction, 2/3 of US fourth graders still cannot read at grade level. Reading scores lack about 2 percentage points below 2020 levels and 4 percentage points below 2019 levels, of quote. This Program Director is leading me into believing it is not a South African problem. Neither is it an African problem. It is a worldwide problem. So when I was requested to speak to a topic, deliberately I shelved this topic until now, which was a question reading, are African children really falling behind in international reading assessments? What are the root causes? I've spoken to the root causes, but I am now arguing that this is not a South African problem. Neither is it an African problem. It is a worldwide problem. The difference between ourselves as Africa and the other countries in the world, they are able to make sure that they fight against this problem. They have got strategies starting with teacher training and also teacher support after teachers are finding themselves in classroom. So the above realization caused educators to panic and to scramble to boost reading skills. All over the world, teachers are panicking. All over the world, teachers are coming up with strategies after strategy so that they fight the pandemic, which is now the pandemic of the reading culture. With a recognition that learners are different, Program Director, therefore the most scientific ways to teach reading is by not applying the same rigid methods to every child. The best instruction is to meet learners where they are, not where they should be. And that is one mistake we do as teachers. We assume that this is grade 4, we assume that this is grade 6, then we design our programs in such a way that we are teaching grade 6 or we're teaching grade 4. And the advice today is first look at who they are and at what level are they. And even if you are teaching a grade 6 class, but you discover that in terms of reading, they are at a grade 4 level, please go to where they are, not go to where they should be. And in an article edited by Jabulani Skakane in April 2025, here are the 5 evidence-based tips to promote reading for all learners that combines phonics, balanced literacy, and other methods. One of them, Skakane argues, that you must maintain home-school connection. And we need to acknowledge that there is reading education that must take place at home. And that needs to have a connection between what they do at home and what they do in school. For us as educators to do that, we need, as schools and educators, send kids with developmentally appropriate books and strategies to encourage parents to participate and also assist the learners. Secondly, we need to embrace all reading, because the mistake we do, we focus only on academic text. We need to acknowledge that academic texts alone are not the only kind of reading that parents and educators need to encourage our learners to participate in. Children can use other texts like menus, they can use magazines and other print material to improve their vocabulary and their reading acumen, both at home and also at school. Thirdly, we need to make sure as educators that we make phonics fun. When we deal with the concept of phonics, we need to ensure that we make it fun. Remember, we're dealing with young minds, we're dealing with young people. Anything that they do, they need to enjoy it. Teachers are encouraged to teach phonics on words that are embedded in stories and text, not teach phonics as isolated components of a language. But you go to a text, you go to a story, then you isolate the phonics so that a learner can enjoy the story, a learner then can enjoy the text. And the realization is here is that learners love text and learners love stories. Number 4, as educators, on behalf of parents, we must pick a series. It is important that as you drive into improving the reading, pick a series that will accompany this learner into this journey of improving the reading, to add to what educators and parents are doing, so that you are making sure that intensive high-impact tutoring can also help. We need to acknowledge, we normally do this when these learners are doing grade 12, especially in mathematics, physical science, and accounting. We employ private tutors. Also for reading, we need to go that route. Employ a tutor. A 30-minute session once a week can do a difference. Because if you don't do that, then you must know that a learner will struggle later in life, may not complete grade 12, or may not make it to the tertiary education. But program director, I need to say, having said all what I have said, there is hope. There is hope that we can fight this battle successfully. According to the 2023 National Reading Barometer program director, we now know that 52% of adults who live with children read with them, which is an improvement which is a significant increase from 35% in 2016. The National Reading Barometer in 2016 was saying only 35% of adults who stay with children can read with them. But now, the latest in 2023 has pushed us into 52%. And that is why I am saying there is hope. As I conclude, Program Director, the Constitution of this country, which was enacted in 1996, requires all of us in the education space to run an education which is geared to transform and to democratize in accordance with the values of human dignity, equality, human rights, freedom, non-racialism, and non-sexism. My argument here, Program Director, is that reading and language can do that, can assist us to do that. The Constitution of the country guarantees access to basic education, and reading as one element of education is equally important. It guarantees access to basic education for all, with the provision that everyone has a right to basic education, including adult basic education. My argument this morning, Program Director, you deprive a child a right to reading, that then will accumulate into a deprivation around a right to education, and you are in violation of the Constitution of this country. Hence, as the KZN Department of Education, we are implementing the following programs to improve the learner's ability to read for meaning. One of them is Drop All and Read, which takes place in a specific designed, designated period so that our learners can improve their reading ability. 2, promotion of reading clubs so that we make reading fun. The learner will participate as part of a reading club. Number 3 is community and parental involvement. We are, as KZN DOE, mobilizing our parents to participate and assist in improving the reading ability of their own children. Continuous teacher development programs so that we assist our teachers to improve as they impart the reading as an important skill to our young people. Provision of access to quality reading resources, and most importantly, since the beginning of this year, we are rolling out the mother tongue-based bilingual education, having acknowledged that if you want to improve reading, start in one's home language. With that, Program Director, I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mazibuko. Mr. Mazibuko is a DDG responsible for curriculum management and development in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So thank you so much for your speech that outlines the causes as well as the ways and means that the department is doing to counter those challenges that you have outlined. Colleagues, allow me to give yourselves just 5 to 7 minutes stretch break while we are trying to connect Professor Jacobs. I tried to be on time. It's not that bad, but now we have only one presentation left before we go for tea, which was scheduled for 11:15. Currently, we are at 11:06, if I'm not mistaken. We are at 11. So can I allow the technical team to assist us with connection? Whilst connecting us, we can have a stretch break, not more than 7 minutes. Thank you.
Summits, the first reading summit at the title of Strengthen the Reading Ecosystem, while the second one focused on nurturing reading cultures and literacies in the post-pandemic ecosystem. So you can see that both of them focused on the ecosystem. So what it is that we need to do, what ecosystem we need to create so that we can advance reading. And then we come to the third one, which is already moving on by cultivating and thriving literacy landscape. So what we are doing, you can see that there's progression. We started with looking at the ecosystem and how that ecosystem post the pandemic era could be advanced. And now we are at the point where we are looking at how to cultivate this literacy landscape and make sure that for the next 50 years and beyond, we can actually move and grow our literacy levels. So the focus of the first Reading Summit was to explore issues and insights on reading practices in South Africa and on the African context. The second was to provide a platform for exchange of experiences and dialogue on books, book clubs, as a means of promoting reading in our communities, to identify and analyze opportunities and challenges of reading initiatives, to showcase effective reading programs, all in the space and the focus of our ecosystem, to draw lessons from best practice models in driving our reading programs, and then also to strengthen reading programs and initiatives in collaboration with government and various stakeholders, including our NGOs, our publishers, and our institutions of higher learning. So the ecosystem was really the focus of the first Reading Summit. Topics that were focused on including reading and literacy in 4IR, reading post-COVID-19, development of book clubs and mobile libraries and the culture of reading, impact on reading initiatives, storytelling, reading interests in readers, barriers to reading and reading cultures and development, best practices in driving reading programs, looking at models that exist in the context and in the continents so that we can emulate these to also grow other programs. Then there was also a look at the impact of international and national reading campaigns, as well as sustainability of reading programs and reading for people with disabilities. Overall, the outcomes of the first National Reading Summit was to look at policy development and implementation, to create reading resources and communities of practice, to strengthen the reading ecosystem, to continuously develop teaching of reading and the building of reading cultures, and for the National Library of South Africa to identify where research skills are needed and develop those research skills so that we can have people from our societies that can showcase and indicate to us what it is that we need to do to make sure that our reading and our reading practices receive more attention in our publications. And so we came to the second Reading Summit. And the focus of the second Reading Summit was to, in line with the National Development Plan, Vision 2030, and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and the Agenda 2063, look at improving literacy in Africa. Objectives during the second one was to explore issues and insights on reading practices in South Africa and Africa, to provide a platform for exchange and experiences in dialogue in terms of book clubs and promoting reading in our communities, to identify and analyze opportunities and challenges for reading initiatives, to draw on lessons from the past and on models that's already been there, and to strengthen our reading programs in collaboration with our other stakeholders. And again, you can see the emphasis on the ecosystem, but moving it further, not just talking about how the ecosystem must look, but how we can implement this ecosystem. So our focus was on topics such as reading cultures for sustainable development, reading and technology, promotion of reading and literacies, reading cultures, multilingualism, multiculturalism, reading and literacy skills development, and looking at case studies for success. In all of this, we had a number of subtopics which related to barriers of reading. I'm just going to mention a few. The influence of social media on reading, reading and literacy in 4IR, best practices in driving reading programs, reinforcing information literacy by reimagining reading cultures in post-pandemic communities of practice, promotion of multilingualism in reading, preserving indigenous knowledge, building skills towards enhanced reading cultures, focusing on collaboration towards reading literacy and skills development. There are many more, so when the presentations is shared, you are welcome to have a look at what we did in the second reading summit. So our outcomes and what we wanted to do was to focus on parents being role players in reviving the culture of reading, and decolonizing reading practices through the use of indigenous language, to provide a national reading barometer to leverage change in the literacy ecosystem. And as you know, that national barometer is actually in existence, using technology and technological devices to strengthen reading and skills, utilizing tools such as book clubs, public library engagements, reading rooms, and publications and publishing in our communities to expand literacies, and expanding the role of the libraries to promote a reading culture and meet sustainable development goals. What we have decided during the second reading summit was to give delegates an opportunity to publish. We received 18 possible articles for publication. We went through a first line of reviews and we gave detailed feedback on what corrections should have been made and how these corrections should have been made. People then had the opportunity, or authors, to resubmit through the Musayon site, and the process of the articles then went through a process of blind peer review by 2 authors or peer reviewers. Very few of the articles were found to comply, and that goes back to the issue of developing our people, our librarians, our NGOs, to really engage in research and how to write, because without writing, what will there be to read? So very few articles, as I say, were found to comply, and it wasn't enough to develop a special edition. So for those that were publishable, it will be incorporated into one of the normal Musayon publications, which is again, colleagues, sad because we really wanted a special edition for the second reading summit. Nonetheless, let us look forward, because we are now at our third reading summit, and our third reading summit focusing on cultivating a thriving literacy landscape, focuses on early childhood development, as you know, from the program, fostering a love for reading to advance lifelong learning, engage with the community to strengthen library practices, advance reading related to schools and the school environment, and technology to advance literacy. So those will be focus areas for the third reading summit. In conclusion, I want to explain that these reading summits and the conferences related to them are pivotal platforms that bring together educators, policymakers, literacy advocates, and community leaders to address change and opportunities related to literacy development. Our reading summits are crucial for creating momentum, accountability, and sustainability in advancing reading and literacy across all levels of society. And our national reading summits must continue to ensure the promotion of literacy awareness, policy and strategy development, knowledge sharing, mobilizing stakeholders, empowering communities, monitoring progress of impact of literacy campaigns on literacy advancement. And to leave you with a final thought. Literacy is not just about reading and writing. It is the foundation of freedom, of dignity and sustainable development. In Africa, empowering people through literacy is the key to unlocking innovation, reducing poverty, and building a more just and prosperous future. So colleagues, with that, a brief overview of where we come from, where we're going, and I hope that by having these National Reading Summits, we will be able to and continue to unlock innovation, use literacy to reduce poverty, and build a more prosperous future for everybody in our continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor, for your presentation. Unfortunately, you can't see me because I'm not in the podium. I can see the podium is there. Colleagues, let us appreciate the journey that the professor has taken us through in terms of this summit, because this one is the third one. Of course, they've been there on the first and the second one. Thank you so much, Professor, for your inputs as well as your presentation. Unfortunately, we couldn't see it, but when we receive it, we will then be able to make a picture on what you have presented. Colleagues, now we are moving. Let us give a professor a good round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. Colleagues, now we are moving to our second session.
Good morning, colleagues. This is our second session. All protocol observed. Let me go straight to our keynote address by Professor Gianne. We are going to have Professor Gianne. Professor Gianne is a professor from the University of Zululand, and she's also a deputy dean, teaching and learning. She's under the Department of Information Studies. She is well versed in her area of research actually is on women. She specializes on that, women and ICTs. She specializes on that, and today she's going to address us on information and knowledge society and its impact on reading in South Africa. So, Prof. Gianne, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Colleagues, good what? Good morning. I wanted to check if it is on slideshow. I wanted to check that. My name is Veli Gianne. Thank you, HOD, for introducing me. I was given this topic, and I think maybe because this is also my area, because I was looking at this information and knowledge society, linking it with women. But today I want to link it with reading. This is my outline. I heard the speakers already that have touched on this. Firstly, the Dean touched on what we are focusing on today, reading. And also I heard Mr. Mazibuko. I think he had already seen what I was going to talk about, because he touched on other things that I thought the stats are very important for us. And I heard the president of LIASA, our association, Mr. Molapo, touching on this as well, but the version of another year. So we are aware that South Africa is grappling with a severe literacy crisis. And this emanates from the fact that the reading culture is not there. And when I revisited the report of 2021, where grade 4 learners could not read for meaning in any language, I think we are hearing this for the third time now since this morning. Reading, but also reading for meaning. And I'm happy that some of the students are talking about that, comprehension reading or reading comprehension. We are also looking at this in this one. And we are saying these statistics are alarming. The stats that I'm providing to say 81% of grade 4 learners could not read and write for meaning in any language, even their own, underscores the urgent need for targeted interventions and collaborations as we are here to bring together the effort. If we look at the statistics, and I think my former presenters have touched on this, that the PIRLS, Progress in International Reading Literacy Study, which was commissioned to the University of Pretoria in 2021, just after we got out of 2020 COVID-19. It found that, yes, by age 10, grade 4 learners were struggling to read for comprehension, and that was 81%. And I think Mr. Mazibuko touched on this as well, saying when South Africa, Morocco, and Egypt, the only African countries who entered the stage, the international stage, to gauge and see where they are, they all did not do well, because they were supposed to at least reach 500 points. But all three of them did not. But at least we are happy that they were able to ascend the stage and see how they could assess their status in terms of reading. They did not score well, and this report also showed that South Africa ranked the lowest out of 57 countries that participated in 2021. This is according to the report. So who were involved? It's learners, pupils, about 400,000 across 57 countries. And South Africa was one of them. And like I said, at least 500 points were regarded as the points that they rated to say, what are you doing? How are you doing against 500 points? And we can see that South Africa had 288 score points. And this means, as these studies, the reports, studies on reading is done after 5 years, they had dropped by 320 score points from the results of 2016. So they declined by 32 core points from the results of 2016 in 2021. And again, when we look at the Center for Evaluation and Assessment in the University of Pretoria, 12,406 grade 4 learners from 321 schools, and also 9,317 grade 6 learners from 253. The results are as follows. And we can see we are in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. And I think, colleagues, it is very important to know the statistics first so that we see how we are doing. So the learners were tested in English, and in Afrikaans. So the result revealed that learners tested in English, which means the English speakers, they scored 382 out of 500 points, and those in Afrikaans scored 387, which is above 288 scores. So out of 500, learners were given, and those that were given the tests, the assessments in English, they scored higher. You can see 382 out of 500 points. And those that were given who were African speaking scored 387 above the 288 minimum. The Sitsonga scored 223 points. Sipedi, 216 points out of 500. Siswati learners, grade 4 learners, scored 211, and that was below the national average. In the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we are not seeing KwaZulu-Natal here. Data was also stratified in terms of provinces and revealed that grade 4 learners in more urban provinces, and I think Mr. Mazibuko touched on that and Mr. Molepo as well, such as Gauteng and Western Cape. Those two provinces are regarded based on the criteria that we give them as urban provinces. So Gauteng scored 230 and Western Cape scored 363. And this is significantly higher than the national score point average, which is 288 over 100, over 500 points. But when it comes to their more rural counterparts, such as Mpumalanga, Limpopo, Northwest, and KwaZulu-Natal and Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal is not even featuring. We can see that Limpopo scored 244 points, Northwest scored 232 points, and Mpumalanga 264. But it is still below 288 points of these grade 4 learners. Regarding grade 6, because they also participated, they were tested in English and Afrikaans, and the English learners got 377 points out of 500, and Afrikaans speaking had 456 out of 500 score points. But out of these, 56% struggled to read for comprehension. And I think that has been also indicated that they could read, but for comprehension, no. And I'm happy that one of the students, two students are talking about that in their paper, I think on tomorrow or Friday. Reading for comprehension. Not like, I'm done, teacher. What did you read? What did you get? What are you taking home? You know, it means that reading was reading, but without comprehension. So 56% were found to be reading without comprehension. On the same note, with grade 6, Gauteng scored 426 and Western Cape 460 learners. That was above average of 384, while their more rural counterparts scored significantly lower, with Limpopo 353 and Eastern Cape 351. Now Eastern Cape is featuring, but we are talking now about grade 6 learners. Now let us go to the factors. When we look at these statistics, the factors that came out to say it is affecting the below reading score points was, one of them was global interruptions caused by COVID-19. So we said, okay, in 2020, there was COVID-19. Maybe our grade 4 learners and grade 6 learners were disturbed because there was that interruption. So that could be one of the factors that was found. Also, remember, colleagues, we have a history, education system, and historical challenges are still very, very alive in our lives and in the lives of our schools and in the lives of other resources and centers and organizations that are making effort to make reading enjoyable and create a reading culture. We have the history. So that history, even before 2019, COVID-19 pandemic, we had that history. So COVID-19 added as one of the factors. From a national perspective now, if we look at these results, South Africa is still fragile in reading literacy. And the results show that learners have not benefited from the many years of schooling, grade 1, grade 2, or even grade 0, grade 0, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4. They have not benefited. Grade 5, grade 6, they have not benefited. But we know that when you go to grade 9, 10, 11, university, they have not benefited because they come to the university and we know that we are battling. From the global perspective, the findings indicate that South Africa is still far behind leading countries such as Singapore, Hong Kong, Russia. But we know that they were bold to take or to participate in that international with Morocco and Egypt to go to the international stage. So that is where then maybe we can say, of course, you are still a developing country with history. I heard this morning that, yes, it's not South African problem. It's a global challenge. So we can say, if we look at Singapore, of course, they fall under those countries that are leading, 587, above 500 median, let me say. Above 500, Hong Kong got 573. And above 500, which is median, Russia Federation got 567. But we know our history. Now, if we come back to South Africa, there are current interventions because we heard and we know that South Africa said, no, men, let us try and pull up our socks, or let's go and buy socks. National Reading Summit, where National Library of South Africa and UNISA in 2021 and also in 2023 came up with a plan. So that was an intervention to say, let us help our communities, let us support the government. And I'm happy about this, happy to all those that are coming from the National Library of South Africa, because I think without them, 2021 National Reading Summit, which was the first one, and 2023 National Reading Summit, which was the second one, and we are third. And these both were collaborated with UNISA, which is big in resources, human resources and otherwise. But we are the third one now as the small Department of Information Studies at the University of Zululand, not KwaZulu-Natal. So you can see that maybe even the university is not popular, but we are here today because of this department, this faculty of humanities and social sciences at the University of Zululand, led by Professor Shogane. So you know now that we are not KwaZulu-Natal, we are Zululand, University of Zululand. You can see that these are these were the first interventions. So it is current because now it is in Zululand in 2025. We don't know where it will be in 2027, but these are interventions to say, how can we improve reading, literacy, reading culture? What could be the strategies? Mr. Mazibuko touched on that, some strategies. We know that we are all thinking very hard, you know. And this Center for African Languages Teaching, in 2024, it is situated, or it was in the University of Western Cape. They hosted a reading in Daba, and they were looking at languages. And I know that one of the students are looking at also reading, but reading in the language, appropriate language for proficiency. And I heard that when we start with our own mother language, it is better. So this cult in the University of Western Cape, with their reading in Daba, they are saying, let us look at this. So these are interventions that are current. Other undertakings that we can count on are the undertakings from various entities which prioritize reading and language issues in the country. For example, equal education, and I think that was mentioned as well. Nalibali, government, both basic and higher education, they are connecting with us. We can think of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, that is government. Room to Read, I know they are participating. They are really trying, making all the efforts that could be on earth to say, how do we promote reading culture? Pen Slip and Sadila, that was mentioned, and it talks about languages. And we are aware of that even at the universities. Most universities are really looking into these organizations. Funda Mzansi, Readathon, and I remember way back, others were not even born. When I was training as a teacher, there was something called READ, R-E-A-D, Read, Educate and Develop. Read, Educate and Develop. I participated in that one. And I think those were also observing that we need support in terms of reading and reading for meaning and pronunciation and so on. So I participated while I was still a student. And these are interventions. I'm not sure whether Read is still around, whether it died out, but I know that there are other entities, as we can see. Now, we see that the stats are pointing at the fact that we are struggling. Our learners are struggling. And these learners come to a post-matric training. The universities, the colleges, whether further or nursing colleges or whatever colleges, post-matric, they forge because they want education. So they come out from basic education and we accept them at higher education or education after matric. Let us see where we are right now. We can talk of 4IR, but I remember that, as I said, Information and Knowledge Society is a stage of development that came before the term 4IR, but it relates to that. I remember the 2013 paper I wrote with my co-authors. It was just asking a question. We looked at the criteria, and each criterion we could analyze. The question was in that paper, 2013, is South Africa an information society using the criteria that we had? So we are at that stage, but in my mind, because this Information and Knowledge Society was something I was looking at with women back in 2011, Now, I am saying this is basically your 4IR. This is a stage of development overtaken by technologies. Information and knowledge society has been defined as a society that is able to transform itself, living, working, and playing through ICTs. So basically, it's ICTs. But now, if we look at 4IR, which is just another level or the concept that is used nowadays, we talk of AI, we talk of the fact that technology is taking part, where technology is accessible and benefits the greater society. So during this stage, technology is core. Technology is the center stage. It presents significant opportunities to education, to advancement, to reading, to tackle social matters, to crime prevention. We can think of anything, this technology, during the information and knowledge society. But you can say, oh, she's talking about 4IR in our language, especially the young ones. So such a stage of development assumes many citizenry in possession of technology. We assume, or this stage assumes that many of us, even the elder ones and the young ones, are into technology, but that is not the case. But they are saying there are opportunities. However, in South Africa, it is discouraging that the stage where a significant number of people, organizations, communities, universities have access to ICTs, reading is still a challenge. Read on the go, because we have these technologies. It is assumed you have the gadget, the device that you can read in the taxi. When you are going, you can listen, you read newspapers, you don't need to go and buy. This is the platform, or this is the stage of development that supports reading all the time, but we are not there. So we are saying reading culture levels and literacy is at its lowest, even though we are in this information and knowledge society where we can access reading, where we can access devices and access and use, watch news, whatever we are doing with our devices. Presumably everybody has the device. It shows that then we cannot leverage the benefits of access to different media platforms for reading, access to different reading materials. Multiple divides is at stake. Digital divide, just the divide because we are from rural. You see, remember the stats, most urban, most rural, that divide, it is now multiple divide because it seems like we're not going anywhere. How non-reading culture cripple the future? One, it makes us an illiterate society and generation. If we do not have this reading culture, it cripples our future. So we become an illiterate generation. We can't do simple things. Simple things like reading the forms, reading the call for whatever, reading and interpreting and understanding, reading or filling out the forms. My name is, what's your name? What's your surname? What's your what? We are unable to do that if we are illiterate. Simple things. Searching for information required. For example, any information that is required that you need to present as a citizen of South Africa in different generational ages. We can't do that if we are illiterate. So we are crippled. Reading instructions, question papers, baking instructions, cooking instructions. We can't do that. Simple things. People can say it is simple, or other people or other races can say, this is very simple. Fill out the form. I can't because I am an illiterate society. Reading road signs. You come to Pretoria, Pretoria Street, Van der Walte, you can't. Corner Pretoria Street and Van der, no, I'm in Sunnyside campus of whatever. Where? Corner what, and you can't read the sign. Very simple to other people that are able to read, but very frustrating for you because you are illiterate. You can't even read it. Number plates. Oh, so, 79 or 76 ZN. You know, you can't read that because you are illiterate or we are illiterate. So it is crippling us because we can't even apply for jobs. We can't even, respond to whatever we should respond, especially the young ones. That is why now we're talking about reading at a very early age. We are ill-informed and unaligned decisions are taken. Here says, how yazi njena, this person, I had this, now I'm running, I want to do this. Misinformation, that is what we get. Disinformation. Because we can't read ourselves. Because we are a non-reading society. And it cripples you because you'll go back to your residence and say, oh, I'm packing now, I'm going home because I heard that there will be a strike, there won't be any taxis, there will be a strike on campus, my friend is what. Here says misinformation, And misinformation is even making countries fight and hate each other because of misinformation. And if we cannot read and search for correct information, we will make ill-informed decisions and just decisions that, oh, now I'm resigning, now I'm packing, I want to go home because I heard somebody say, no, get information. If you can't then read, or if you can't search and verify the information, you will take drastic decisions that you'll say, oh, I should have, So that is crippling the future. Research. Failure to engage in research. How can you engage in research? How can you get to the statistics to say 2020, 2021, 2020, 23? Pearls said, so how do we improve? How do you even interpret the results if you can't read? And I'm talking about at this stage of development, information and knowledge society, or 4IR. How can you interpret that? Interpret findings, come up with solutions. For example, diseases, viruses, COVID-19, go for first jab, go for second jab. If we can't read that, what does it mean? Can we search and say, what are the implications? Many people said, I won't get babies, I won't get children, I'm not going to get that jab, I'm not. That was you are still alive, and we are also alive. But there were so many things and factors and issues that were not factual, misinformation, to make decisions. What if then you did not go for that jab? And others say, COVID-19 was something. But let us read and get facts. But if we are illiterate, we can't read, we can always be misinformed. And that is crippling us. Communities, water scarcity in our communities. What are the root cause? We can't do that. We can't come up with solutions. We can't assist our government. That some things that are very topical, if we can't get the facts, then we can make ill decisions. Today, there is a budget. Can we listen and understand and interpret the budget and the implications of budget to us? If we can't read that, then we will say, I don't know. So it is very important that reading is done at an early stage. Further education, fall off along the way. Oh, I can't finish this degree. I can't finish this certificate and so on. You do not reach higher education level. You limp. We become limping generations of students, of adults. Add to high failure rate because you expect the lecturer to come and say, here are the slides. If the lecturer doesn't give the slides are just supporting, but also it is upon anybody, any learner, to be sent to resources like libraries to say, go find more. No, I just want the slides. I will look at these slides as I'm going to exams. So we are crippled in that way. So a high failure rate in institutions of higher learning, we know, because the reading culture in our veins is not there. Lastly, we do not possess required competencies. We are last to perform. We saw the state, South Africa was last. Also, KwaZulu-Natal was not featured there. I saw Limpopo, Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, then Gauteng and Western Cape and so on. We are last to perform if we are not able to read. We do not possess skills or knowledge for the job. We go for interviews, a grade 12 teacher, maths, and when we get there, we can't. So those are things that cripple us. No job opportunities. Somebody else will grab that and teach the learners in grade 10, 11, 12 maths because I did not qualify or I did not. Leading to poverty. Because if I'm not working now, my community, my family, it leads to poverty. And that is why we see a lot of process. We want jobs. We want jobs. We are graduates. We want jobs. There are no jobs and so on. Everything leads to other things. So the cycle, more cycle of suffering, and then we get to drugs, and then we have less hope for a better future. I'm no longer going to try and look for the job. Therefore, citizenship is taken by visitors. If we do not read, citizenship, South African citizenship, young colleagues there, will be taken by visitors. If there is a tender here saying, I'm not sure municipality will help me, but a tender for fixing the roads, potholes, and they want local people. And if we do not have skills, we do not have scientists, that will be taken by others. We just grab somebody from Western Cape, come here, come here and fix the roads. So we are missing opportunities. Way forward, what can be done? Now we know we are in this developmental stage where ICTs, where AI, people are talking about big names and so on. But that should start with reading. And if it is not there, as we saw the stats, what is the way forward? As I'm concluding, this is the way forward in my view. Home. Parents should play a role. Are parents reading for their children? Are children given a set of reading materials at home? I know people are saying we do not have bread. And you say we must buy a newspaper. Yes, I understand. Remember, I'm from here. I'm from the rural community. I understand. But to change that narrative, try for your child so that it's better for your child. Are children afforded reading times? Are parents saying, no, switch TV? Other races are doing that. Switch TV. It's reading time. And at least I'm experiencing that other races are like, switch. It's reading, it's bedtime, and then they read. Something I did not do to my children. And I hope the younger mothers or younger parents are doing that. But I can see that is helping. Schools around, Department of Education, basic. Do schools have libraries? They don't. I remember one time we were going for our work integrated learning, and we went to a school at Ulundi Municipality, a high school. And we found boxes there, boxes and boxes and boxes in the staff room. And we said, wow, this is a high school. And we went to another one near Manguzi, these new modular libraries. They are beautiful, but they are small. They are beautiful. And I know the government within these 30 years have done that just to bring the reading spaces to people. But with schools, and those public libraries do not really have resources. So schools, do they have appropriate reading materials suitable to motivate to read, motivate learners to read and enjoy reading? Because how can I enjoy using the material or accessing the material, even if the library is there or even those boxes? How can I go to that box and dig something to read? I know that one of the students are talking about suitable materials. They are talking about appropriate reading materials. To say, if I don't find this, it's like boring. It's not boring. It's just that I do not understand this. And that is also crippling. So the way forward is that schools should try. Schools should try. Libraries, community, public, academic libraries, because we struggle when those students come to higher education. What materials do they hold in their shelves? Libraries, public libraries. Do we have English? We'll hear, because there are findings from those to say in the libraries, something percent, I don't know whether it's 90% materials, reading material is in English. And why are we doing that? Why am I addressing you in Isingisi vele nje kahle in Zululand? Why am I doing that? Why are we listening to speeches in parliament in English? I don't really. I'm asking myself, what speakers who have been here, why did you address us in? So that paper is saying 90% of the literature or reading material in our public libraries are in English, and very few are in isiZulu. And learners do not like that. In fact, I should know my mother tongue first. In fact, we said, I heard other people saying, while others were doing this, Tina, we were reading Masihambisane and all those things. But that was our mother tongue, you know. So that would prick that reading interest rather than being introduced to English. Namanje isingisi asivumi, pronunciation iyabheda sonke, and it's okay. Bekufanele vele ngabe siqale lapha ya. Sasithi izibalo, sithi ezezwe nezalo. I think igeneration yamanje ayazi ukuthi ngikhuluma ngani. But kwakukhulunywa ngakho lokho. Maybe we thought the aim was to hide info, but it was like, understand in your own language. Did you see the results of English-speaking learners and African-speaking learners? You know, they scored high because those were mother tongue. My mother tongue is not Isingisi. Futhi angisazi nesiZulu ngoba bengitshela ukuthi that is backwardness. No, we are changing. Sadila is changing that. We need to have that first. And partners, social corporate investment. I know this because one of my daughters are working in corporate. What are we doing as partners? Why are we not partnering with public libraries in your community? Why are we not doing that? Social corporate investment. With whom are you doing a social corporate investment? To support limping public libraries, school libraries, without educational resources that are required for our learners to thrive. Where are our partners, both private and public, to build libraries? I remember, Mr. Molapo, we were in that 2024 ICC library and the LIASA conference. I was there and I was presenting a paper on modular libraries and the strides we've made in it. And I was like, I accessed the report which said, Vulindlela KwaDlangezwa, there's a public library. I said, I stay there. What is this report talking about? And I was not popular. You know, when you speak truth, sometimes you are not popular. You know, you have to go with the wave, you know, because that report did not say we are in the process. That report said there is a library. Then I said, which street? Where? Because really I'm there. I know that there is Eskawin, but not what. But I was really unpopular. And afterwards, there were really engagement. And I said, let us engage because there is no library there. So youth at KwaZulu-Natal, where are they getting this reading stage? But we are engaging with that office. But it was very nasty when I was talking about that. But it's a reality. You know, it's a reality, and we need to engage like this because when we present, we are saying we are inviting engagement, you know. That was a 2024 Liasa. I can't forget that. So, partners, please sponsor something needed for 5 years or 10 years or 15 years. That is your social corporate investment, and support these schools. You know, Grantley, I talk about this in experience. I have experience of the fact that Grantley here near us has so many sponsors, even for sports. I've experienced it, but why are they sponsoring Grantley? Felixton, Prof. Shogan, your learners, your children are in Felixton, Grantley, what? But they are not sponsoring KwaZulu-Natal or Tamvana at Eskawini or any high school here at Ngweleza. They are partners. Please help the government, help the future of our children. Don't go for private schools only or those schools that have, because they have sponsors already. Go and take and sign for 5 years. RBM, you are here. Who are you supporting? Corporate social investment is very important. So we need partners. Sitters. In my other life in Pretoria, we were using sitters to train short courses, 2 weeks, 3 days, and so on. We're doing that through our departmental I've forgotten, but there was a department, and then the office that is talking about taking care of trainings, government, moving, local government, national government, Gauteng. We were using sitters, we were supported by sitters. Where are sitters? Where are sitters to support? Because really, it is going very bad right now. So we are requesting for that we should partner. If South Africa is indeed the information and knowledge society, this developmental stage where technologies are placing opportunities for access to variety of reading materials, reading games available in any devices used by many learners. They have Pro Max 15, that device, if the parent can afford, encourage learners. Young generations, parents, set aside time for children to choose reading materials, read them instead of making them watch TV. If schools have timetables offering reading times for learners, why is reading literacy so poor in South Africa and still going down? What wrong are we doing? What wrong, or how are we doing? What things are we doing wrong? If librarians are here, other librarians were graduating in the first week of graduation in our faculty. Librarians, public librarians here. Others were at the university here. What are we going back to do? So I am calling upon partnership. I am calling upon using your education to lift as you grow, as you rise. Rise with them. Go to partners. because then we'll be saying reading culture has been started and infused in our curriculum, Mr. Mbogazi, lower school level, primary school higher, basic education. And then when we receive them here, we know that they are better than what we see from statistics today. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Gianne, for your presentation. Very, very informative. And I strongly believe all of us here, we gained something on what Prof has delivered. I think actually she touched many facets on what she shared. So I think I'll open the floor. Any question, comment on what she shared? But it's maybe just 2 minutes on that, because I think time is not on our side. And one wants to share something or to comment, to question, the floor is for all of us colleagues. Show your hand. Is there anyone here who wants to say something? Noma sirai, noma ngikhuluma ngesizulu. Ngoba isizulu uProf sikhulumelana ngesingisi vese. Sibe sizulu sikhona. So, colleagues, anyone? Noma sirai. Bathi ba right, Prof. Thank you very much. Without any waste of time again, I'll move forward to panel discussion, partnership in addressing the reading challenges. Quite a number of, like there is a KZN, DOE, KZN, DSAC. So we'll have a facilitator, Mr. Marcus Mapile. I think we'll go for that one. Where is Mr. Marcus? Thank you. He's coming. Asesiphinde siphe uProf Gianne izandla for presentation yakhe. While Mr. Marcus is coming.
And room to read. As they approach the stage, then we'll resume with the discussion. I see there's only one. I'm expecting all of them to be here. All the representatives from all these departments, as they appear on the program. Or else, Mama, we will start us all. Okay. I think it's only me and you. I think it's only me and you. Yeah, thank you very much. I think we only have got one panelist. Oh, they say another one is coming. Okay, we'll wait a little bit. I'll just do a welcome maybe in the meantime. It is an honor, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome you to this important panel discussion at the National Reading Summit under the theme Partnerships in Addressing Reading Challenges in South Africa. Reading is more than a skill. It's a pathway to opportunity, participation in society, and definitely empowerment, as the previous speaker just indicated. Yet, many South Africans, especially our children. Thank you very much, you're welcome. They're all fine, okay, thank you. Especially our children their access remain limited. Based on the discussions today, the time for action is now. We must find a way to work together. And I'm glad that the National Library of South Africa is mandated by the NLSA Act, not only as a custodian of our documentary heritage, but also a driver of literacy development. Through strategic partnerships, we managed to bring everyone here. And we aim to make reading accessible to all, regardless of geography, age, or ability and ability. We will continue to collaborate with government, departments, civil society, academia, and everyone. And our program speaks for themselves. Our Funda Mzansi, our community publishing programs create a path for collaboration. And today's panel reflects that powerful statement, the power of collaboration. So we have Room to Read, KZN Department of Sports, and KZN Department of Education. So let us consider today as we discuss how are we going to scale up? Because I think the chair was correct to say, we are not going to talk and then come again in 2 years and we're still talking collaboration. After this, let's exchange numbers, for right reasons, obviously, and network, share resources, most importantly, share our programs. Let's have one single program dealing with issues of reading. The president, I think, hammered on that. One single program, driven maybe by a national reading strategy, if we need one. I think the discussions have already started within NLSA. One reading promotion strategy where we all converge and have one or adopt one program. Because I think we are all very busy, but everyone is doing their own thing. And that creates a challenge. We are unable to assess the impact of what we are doing. So this crisis, as has been painted by Prof. Gianni, requires coordination, or else we'll just talk and continue to have conversations. So the elephant is very big. It's a narrative that this elephant is very big. We all have a space. Others can eat the leg. Others can eat the ear of the elephant. What is important is that let's collaborate and ensure that we all are able to deliver. So the way we are going to work today is that I'm going to request each panelist to introduce themselves. In 3 minutes, I'm going to also try to manage time, introduce themselves, the organization, and what they do. And then they will have another 2 minutes, so they can do that in one, to weigh in on the theme for the day. I've shared the theme so they know partnerships in addressing reading challenge. And then we will have an engagement. From there, we'll open for you to ask them questions based on that, and we'll close. Thank you very much. I think the mic is with you, so you can start.
Good up. Is it up? Hello? Yeah, okay. Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon to distinguished guests and all protocol observed. I am Catherine Ngwane. I'm from Room to Read, South Africa. Room to Read is a global organization. We work in over 20 countries across the globe. And in Africa, we are in 7 countries. In South Africa, we have started work in 2006. We started in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and we have now moved to KZN. We are a literacy program implementers. We have a program that we are implementing which has 2 components: the instruction component, whereby we develop the skills of reading, as well as the library component, where we develop the habit of reading. And in both the components, we also provide resources that are aligned with the program. We as Room to Read believe that the world change starts with educated children. If we don't have educated children, we do not have a future. That is our future, and we have to take care of it. We believe that if our children have access to materials that are ready materials or resources that are appropriate, that are age appropriate and also culture sensitive, they will grow into knowledgeable children. They will grow into independent people who will become independent readers. So as Room to Read, we believe that we cannot do it on our own. Hence the partnership that we have with other organizations. As I've indicated, that we have started in the 3 provinces, and in 2022, we held a library conference whereby people of your caliber were there, and through that conference, we started looking at how to scale. And KZN took that jump. Mr. CBC said, I am in. I want KZN to be leading this process. And in 2023, we started establishing libraries in all the districts in KZN. We currently are working closely with the LS department, which is whereby we ensure that schools are establishing libraries as part of the support for the curriculum. And from that initiative, in collaboration with the LS department, working together with DBE on the reading promotion, we also have started working in 8 provinces altogether with the library promotion, ensuring that primary schools get libraries whereby they will have access to resources that are appropriate. So it's one of the initiatives that we pride ourselves in, that as we are fighting this challenge of illiteracy in our country, We cannot win it if we don't have resources that are supporting it. We cannot read it if we are not developing the skills in our children to be able to access information. So as Room to Read, we believe in partnership, and that's what we are doing as we work with the Department of Education, as we work with the department, other NGOs, and ensuring that as we work together, we create synergy and we get more out of that. I think my 3 minutes is over. Thank you.
Good day, colleagues. My name is uMhlathuze. I am from KZN Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, Library Services. I think what relates us with what we are here about today is we are, as public libraries in the province, our main is to promote the culture of reading. So when I did listen to one of the presentations where they were, the presenter was addressing us on the results from PEARLS, that our grade 4 learners are very good at reading, but they cannot understand or they cannot attach meaning in what they are reading. With us, we felt that we should take part or contribute towards curbing that scourge. So we came up with a program as all the public libraries in the province. In that program, it is in a form of a reading competition. What we do, we invite in our public libraries learners from grade 4. We give them a book to read 2 weeks prior the competitions. Because we are about reading, we have to give them books just so they can also get used to the culture of reading. We give them that book while they are reading. We instruct them to observe spelling. They also, the main is for them, when they are reading the book, they must summarize it using their own words to prove that they have understood what they have read. Well, when they are doing that, we also ask them to do some reading, because when we are doing the competitions, we extract the paragraph from the book that they have read, just so they can demonstrate that they can read. And then they do the summary and they do the spelling. We started in 2023 with that program with about 85 schools, and we had around, I can't remember the exact number, but it was around 506 participants from the schools when we started. In fact, in 2023, we were piloting our program. Then with those readers, we went back to the schools just to check if our program has had an impact. And the response that we received from the schools, the teachers and the parents was amazing. They proved that our program was really contributing towards the learners not having been able to perform well in the competitions, but even in their schoolwork, they did see our program being very contributing a lot towards them achieving in their grades. So in 2024, we decided to expand the program to all our public libraries. The other ones will go to the schools to get learners who would participate, and they would be grade 4 learners. And the impact was very huge. to the sense that we had around 506 schools participating with 1,974 participants. And again, we went back to check the impact. We've been receiving very positive responses from the teachers about our program, and we are currently working on expanding more and more, because when we went to the schools, starting with the grade 4s, with us, we felt like we were just a drop in the sea. But when the time went on, we learned that indeed our program is contributing to a lot towards curbing the scourge. So this year we are expanding the program even more, even though we cannot, because of the schools asking us to work with the other grades more than grade 4. But for now we are focusing on grade 4, because we still need to get our feet on the ground before we can expand the program. And when we are doing that, I was glad to hear most of the speakers emphasizing on collaborations. We are collaborating with the Department of Education through ELITS. So with more that I have learned from here, I think we will work even more on collaborating with even the other organizations who are working on reading in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zanele.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Rosh Mangul Prasad. I work at the provincial office in the education department, and I am an English coordinator working in grades 4 to 9. So just to give you an overview of the work that we do, I'm sure you have seen in the media recently a lot of talk about early childhood development. Actually, our work starts from birth, but I'm going to start with early childhood development, where lots and lots of initiatives are in place to ensure that these little ones are empowered with the foundational skills of literacy, learning them in a fun-filled way. There are two main parts that I would like to mention, and one is the work that is done to ensure that the centers meet the requirements that are in place, registering the centers and supporting them to become viable, effective places of learning. The other point that I want to focus on is the training of teachers. I'm sure you will agree that this is really, really crucial to ensure that learners who are taught by personnel who are well trained, who are knowledgeable, then become competent and give off their best in those centers. Then I'm going to move on to foundation phase. You may have also heard that there are quite a few challenges with regards to reading, to writing, and literacy in this phase. It is true. Research is telling us that there are struggles in the foundation phase, which is grades 1 to 3. As the department, we have engaged in a very, very concerted push to ensure that these young learners are empowered with the basic literary skills in their home language. You've heard this previously this morning, how important the learner's mother tongue is. And it really is very, very enabling for effective learning. When a child learns in a space where the mother tongue is used, the environment becomes a safer space. And when that young child feels safe, then there is no intimidation that stands in the way of the learner learning new skills. It really, really is an advantage shown in many research papers how the child's home language assists in learning. So in this early stage, our young learners are learning to read, and we are pushing as the department to ensure that research-based practices are being used in the classroom. I want to touch very quickly on what the previous speaker spoke about, some of the struggles that the learners are experiencing. So, colleagues, for a long time, there has been a lot of emphasis on oral reading fluency. There has been this misconception that once learners can decode words and they read a sentence, then that is reading. But we know now that you cannot say that a child reads with understanding if the child can pronounce words. The previous speaker said la 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 la. Yes, it's barking at print. So we are moving on now to assisting learners to read with understanding as they transition into the grade 4, which is a really important phase for our learners because they start reading to learn. So there are many initiatives that are now focusing on reading with comprehension, too many to mention now. But I would like to share with you that there is an assessment that is happening currently, and it has been happening for the past few years. It's called the Early Grade Reading Assessment. You may have heard of the acronym EGRA, and those results are showing that there are baby steps of improvement, and that is what we are falling back on to develop, to grow, and to improve. I'm then going to talk about what we have in place as a support in the form of the DBE workbooks. You may have heard different names like the blue books, the rainbow books, and so on. Those books belong to our people. They are supposed to go home with the learners. Unfortunately, for various reasons, those books are being stored at school. Colleagues, if we look back at our environments, and mention was made about this area, Zululand, how many homes have books? If the teachers are keeping those books at home, who is it helping? It is supposed to be taken home for the learners to read, for parents to support the children. And if there is no other book at home, at least there should be a DBE book. We must ensure that that happens. The books must go home. They do not have to be stored in a pretty condition on a shelf so that an official like me, when I go into school and I ask about it, you can show it to me. It shouldn't be that. So there are many reading promotion activities that are also happening in collaboration with sister departments like ELITS. For example, the World Read Aloud Day, Readers' Cup. We also engage in activities like reading clubs and spelling bees, which have become very, very popular recently. And they are flying in certain districts with the collaborations that districts have forged with various entities. But I'm going to stop here so that we can move on with the discussion.
Wow, thank you very much for all that. I'm trying to touch on you, Zanele. You spoke of expansion. And can you maybe, if you were to talk about one or two community-driven initiatives that the department do, and what actually are those initiatives? And if maybe you want to expand and you wish to have any partner, to assist you in the expansion, who will that partner be? So that, because I'm sure there are many people here who might want to partner with you. So I think one of our intentions is that when we leave KZN, there must be living partnerships, so that then we know we have achieved something in terms of a collaboration taking place. So if there were initiatives that you really want to hammer on, what will be those initiatives? And if you need any partners, who do you wish for that partner? I know you're sitting next to Catherine. I'm asking deliberately.
Thank you. In terms of partnerships, throughout the program that we've been running, we have learned that reading is not only about the learners learning from school, but it also should be a continuous activity being done at home and in other parts of in other areas in the community. And along the process, from my district, I had a chance to meet with other reading organizations like Room to Read and others. If we were to work together with those kinds of organizations, because most of them are community-based, it would be of really assistance, because we are not about running the competitions and who has won the competition, but we want to impart the skill. We want reading for meaning to be part of the learners' lives throughout their years in school and even socially. So if we were to partner with anyone, it would be these reading organizations that are in the communities, other than the sister departments in the government. Thank you.
The same question I think will also go to Rosh. In terms of your current partnerships with DSAC, because as you can see today, there's actually overlapping in terms of responsibilities towards the promotion of the culture of reading. We actually do it in the class, but then the kids do homework in the library. So how then do we actually find a way to, to bridge this gap, so that then we find a way of, working together? Like I said earlier, the elephant is too big, you can grab the leg, I'll be fine with the ear.
Okay, thank you. Yes, partnerships are very important for the Department of Education, especially in very difficult budgetary climate that we work in. So we have already several partnerships, and these span NGOs that work with reading, publishers, municipalities, libraries, universities, and other directorates and other organizations like arts and culture and so on. And the way that assistance can be given is, one way is currently in terms of our approach now. We are looking at reading approaches that are inclusive of the African child. So we're looking at reading models that are moving away from what was used in the recent past, where we follow Eurocentric teaching methods. And the NGOs do a lot of research, universities do a lot of research. They are very familiar now with new teaching approaches. So in terms of then embracing mother tongue bilingual education in the classroom, they have resources, they have the teaching methodologies. And if we can partner to a partner in terms of sharing those resources or strengthening what we have to enable especially learners who have been disadvantaged in terms of lack of resources. I think it was mentioned earlier on that we do not have enough literature, for example, African literature. So we can partner with these different organizations to work on development or sharing or provision of resources, which is actually already happening. I must point out that many of the reading organizations are providing resources. The universities, the municipalities are making resources available in African languages. And for us, it is important because it goes beyond just the use of that resource in the classroom. When a child reads something in his or her mother tongue, it does something for your self-esteem. It tells you that my language is important, and the more we see, the more confidence the children will develop, and the greater their self-esteem would also be. I would just like to add that we must also focus deliberately on support for the boy child. From whatever that we are seeing currently, we know that boys are in a very vulnerable state at the moment. So the texts that we are making available, the texts that we are using in the classrooms, we are exposing the boy child to, should be positive, developing role models that they could look at, that they could learn, that it's good to be a boy, that there are certain things they could do and it's not wrong. Breaking maybe patriarchal thinking, I'm not very sure, but basically it comes down to the provision of resources, it comes down to the support that can be offered, and it comes down to things like sharing new teaching methodologies and also training and coaching teachers. You know, the training is not enough. If you attend a once-off training, it doesn't mean that you know what to do in a classroom. And I think our partners have built this kind of resilience where in their programs, they also factor in coaching. So we will look forward to all of that kind of support that can be lent to the Department of Education.
No, thank you very much. I was actually tracking interdepartmental collaboration. That was my question. Because I think based on what we are seeing, we continue to look outside while we're actually splitting our resources so much, while we can actually find a way between DSAC and DOE to work together. So the reason I was asking the question was to drive you towards why government is not working together. We are all busy, very busy. But then everyone is doing their own little thing somewhere at the corner. But well, room to read. Catherine, how difficult is it for you to work with these two, to work with government?
I think for us as Room to Read, we work very well with the department. We work very well with government. We never had challenges in collaborating with them. Right from the national office, we work with the department in developing the materials. They review the materials that we develop. They are always working with us as we go into schools to ensure that whatever we are delivering is in alignment with the department strategies. And I think it's last month when we attended the provincial strategic meeting, where we sat with the department and said, how can we make sure that all the partners who are who are in KZN are coming to the same table to say, this is what we have as different stakeholders. How do we distribute this equally within the province? So we agreed that we should have a mapping of all the stakeholders that are working for improving reading. And after we have mapped what we have as a province, then we will be able to say, this is what is available. How best can we share
this to make sure that there's equity. Children receive resources equitably, and we make sure that Tate Mazibuko spoke about libraries that are not well resourced, libraries that are not functioning. How can we, together as all stakeholders, make sure that we go in and not duplicate our efforts to make sure that we reach all the children? So that is what the department is working on, and I think we do agree on that to make sure that the resources are shared equally.
No, thank you very much. I think at least you're not having other challenges, but I'm sure there are other NPOs and NGOs and other foundations elsewhere who have challenges. Because I think what we need to do is to find all these bottlenecks, so that then when we call for everyone to be on board, we are not then have these red tapes, or they have all these challenges where we are not accessible. And so I wanted to actually hear those challenges, so that then maybe it's a discussion for another day, to see how do we bring everyone on board. Because definitely as government, we need private sector, we need everyone to, hands on deck. But then we must make this process simpler and easier for everyone. I want to allow 2 questions from the floor, if there are any. As Roche respond to something.
Okay, just to add to the last question, what is happening within the space that I work in? From the provincial office, there's conversations with districts. So districts are then requested to share information with the different bodies that work in their spaces, so that there could be a kind of a coming together to ensure that we don't duplicate the work. But more important for us as education is to ensure that the work that is being done by, for example, NGOs aligns with what the curriculum expectations are. It is not going to help us if work is being done that does not support our priorities. So there is, from the Chief Director's office and higher up from the DDG, open door conversations. We are trying to embrace everybody. Come to us through the districts and become part of our plan. And that is how we are trying to make things inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you. My question, I want to direct it to Department of Education. I just want to understand. If you look at the regulations under the norms and standards, chapter 13:1, it says all schools must have a school library or a media center and a minimum and adequate suitable library collection. The core school library collection must be regularly replenished according to the requirement of a particular school. Obviously, then it mentions it could be a mobile, it could be a cluster, you could collaborate with DSAC and have a community library school. My question is, based on your experience, where is the problem of not having a library school, a school library? And I'll tell you my observation, because I'm in that space also as an association. You find sometimes that there's a good school library, but as soon as that school librarian leaves, they turn the class to something else and close the library. where is the Directorate of Library? Why is DPE doesn't have a directorate that is looking at the library? Because that's where the challenge is, because those people have the skill to select the material. Because we find ourselves, I think the challenge, even with that's why, I think there's one presenter who stated quite clearly, said that it doesn't matter whether the child is at grade 6 or if his learning skills are at grade 3, give that learner grade 3 material so that at least he can learn. And unfortunately, until we have somebody with those expertise, that's where we find ourselves. So I just want to understand, where is the problem? Where is the challenge? Why are we not having school libraries? When it's actually in the PE document to say that's a minimum standard.
Thank you very much. The principals are also here, I know. So I don't want to, I'm protecting my panelists, and I'll give Chair my mic then, but I'm still looking for another question.
No, the President of Liasa took the first part of the question, which I actually had, in terms of the absence of school libraries. But my biggest concern is when you look at the reading processes of learners. I've not heard from the department coming in to say, how do you deal with learners that have reading disabilities? Because schools that doesn't have school libraries exacerbate that problem. And we need to close the gap if we want to transit and transform society. So there's the issue of the absence of school libraries, but also the issue of learners with reading disabilities. And then the third part is when you look, and I'm not knocking anybody, so I must be very careful. But when you look at the teacher component these days, the young ones, it doesn't seem that they know how to deal with learners that has reading disabilities. And so for us to transcend that process and to move forward, I think there also needs to be specific creative ways that there has to be taught to teachers in terms of dealing with those children with that disability to move those children into a space of reading. So those are important issues.
Thank you, Chair. I'm gonna give this to the principal who's here. Which principal? Yeah, no, I will take the question. I don't want them to get diluted. I know. Okay. I had one idea for you. Yeah. In terms of outreach, because the university obviously is within this community, and there's this elephant in the room. So as a university then, also alluding to the partners that are in front, which is DSAC and DOE, what role does the university then play? Because at the end of the day, these children end up at the university when they arrive there. Thank you.
Mina bengithi ngizobuza umbuzo wena ungibuza umbuzo Mr. Mapile. I want to say first of all, but I have one question, but to colleagues. I think to answer that, I want to acknowledge the Department of English. Department of English in our faculty, headed by Dr. Mafu here, is part of this organization. They go to schools. They have partnership with schools around. In fact, I remember that they bring school. One day they brought the school around and they talk about reading. They have a good relationship with the schools around, which means they saw the gap of the learners that transit to universities. So this is the Department of English, and it's part of the organizing committee members with African languages department in our own faculty of humanities. So that is how then we respond as the faculty, one of the strategies that we respond to as the faculty. But I wanted to say thank you for that question, but let me go to Department of Arts and Culture. I'm happy that you are collaborating. This partnership thing I was talking about with elites. We used to work very well with uMhlathuze, La Payaga elites, way back. I'm happy that you are doing that. And I want also to acknowledge the fact that you are bringing up education. You are bringing up the need for training teachers. You know, we were trained how to even hold a book. I know that librarians may not be able to they need to be trained how to make learners or to train learners to read. Librarians themselves. So we were assisted even on how to hold a book so that you do not damage your eyes, how far apart and all that. Those things are not done. Maybe they are done. And we want to know whether, because if I know as a librarian that in public libraries when they come after schools or Saturday, I teach them how to hold a book and how to read from, not from left to right, but from right. Some basic things I was talking about. I don't know whether it's working. And now we are saying digital reading. Where are we even going to go there to say, with digital reading, this is how you can do. But I'm happy about that partnership. I want to know about mobile libraries. I haven't seen a mobile library around, which can then, we know that Wednesday or Saturdays, there is a mobile library around KwaZulu-Natal. I'll keep on referring to KwaZulu-Natal because that is where I stay. Like I was saying, there is a site, not a library at KwaZulu-Natal. There is a site, but it means there is, some development. But in the meanwhile, why are we not having a mobile library? Who is responsible for that? Because those children are now growing up and they are not supported. Yet we say, let us support them while they are young. I know for sure that selection of reading materials are not done at public libraries. They are done centrally. Selection. You will hear tomorrow when these students are presenting, the students of our university, of our department, saying the material, 90% is not used and it is in English. Who is selecting that? What skills do they have of selection of books? Is it provincial? Is it the library? Are they attending to the needs of that community library? Of course, many communities do not have library, but the selection process should be attended to. Lastly, the district teachers development centers. We know that there are those centers. How can we use them as a DSAC? Because I know now DSAC is doing a lot. Even Mzo Zuma really wants to come to our department, for that partnership. And we are happy about that. To say, how can we partner? I'm happy about the partner. But centers are already there. How can we use them to teach reading those teachers that are attending those centers? Because that is one avenue that could be used, So, but thank you so much. I see the development and I want us to partner more. Thank you, Mr. Mark.
Thank you, Prof. Are the questions done? Oh, last one. At least we are not on the stage.
Sanbonani, and thank you for this opportunity. I think this is just a comment to add on to what uMhlathuze was talking about regarding mobile libraries. On Freedom Day, we were at MLO as part of NLSA, and we got the opportunity to go see the MLO Regional Library. Now, you were talking about mobile libraries, and I saw something that is really amazing there, which was under the Department of Culture, Sports and Recreation. And they had the library on wheels, is what they call those buses. Very, in my opinion, very sort of new tech stuff. The library moves around the areas, the communities, and it gives access to children to read and look at the books. But also it's got functionalities like a wheelchair that uplifts the disabled, and it brings them into the bus. Outside the bus, there's a sort of shelter that goes outward for shade or for rain and all those sort of things. There's cameras in those buses, there's free Wi-Fi. These are the, ebook services, photocopying machines, services for the blind and partially sighted. Now, when uMhlathuze mentions where are these facilities, they are there, but obviously it's a matter of accessibility. And maybe on the panel, you might want to add your comments on this, is how is it possible for you or your organizations to get onto this bus and maybe collaborate with these sort of partnerships? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm moving to DJ.
Greetings, Chair and the colleagues. Thanks for the comments and questions. One, we wish to acknowledge and accept the challenge that we must work closer with our local university, the universities here in the province, which we are doing, but we need to step up, improve and get closer. We welcome that, Mam Chia. You will see us coming. If I could quickly address this part of closed libraries and no librarians or teacher librarians in schools. To quickly address that, the Department of Education in KwaZulu-Natal noted that over the years, libraries were not fully functional. So the department embarked on a program to ensure their functionality. But unfortunately then in 2019-20, the country was hit by COVID-19. And that caused most of the libraries to be closed when learners had to go back to schools, because there was this requirement for learners to be spaced, So the spaces, the classrooms, we got short of classrooms, and then libraries, laboratories, including staff rooms. Most of those were closed. But then when COVID was defeated and we went back to normality, then we found ourselves in a new problem, in a new situation, where then schools no longer want to reopen those closed libraries. So what the department has done, through the head of department, Mr. Ngobo, he issued an instruction in the form of a circular for schools to reopen closed libraries. And that is from the beginning of 2025, January. So as we speak today, in this province, every school that closed a library during the COVID period or for whatever other reason, from the 1st of January 2025, they have to reopen that library. And the team is going around monitoring the functionality of libraries, such that even in our calendar, which I don't know if Sis Musa, we could share with the delegates. Our calendar has got a monthly program of school library functionality monitoring, where district teams together with circuit managers, they go down to schools to check if libraries are functional. And using the instruction by the head of department, they instruct the principal and to commit to reopen the library. And we are beginning to win in that aspect. Now, coming to the issue of the staff. Some years ago, we had very good program that was working in partnership with our universities here in the province, where the department was funding the postgrad qualification of our teachers. And many of them came to support the libraries, and libraries began to be viable, and reading programs also improved in schools. But then there is a natural and a reality issue here. Many of those teachers have exited the system, and many of those teachers, because of the increased workloads in schools, they have now been given more of those duties. Now, the question is, what about the new cohorts? We have attempted, and we have testimony of our universities that we have been trying with. But the problem is we are really facing the problem of the funding. Now, we want to make a proposal in this summit. Let us think of collaboration. Let us think how we can, as this unit, come to a resolution in this summit, that we work together, partners as with DSAC and all of us here, organizations, get external funding that will be pumped into the education and the upskilling of our teachers, so that in a year or two, they can qualify as teacher librarians. I think we can win in that aspect. If the private sector has assisted government to build classes when government did not have funds, so they can help in the skilling of our educators. The next one is our learners with barriers. 4 years ago, KZN Education introduced, in addition to the directorate that we have that works with learners with barriers, but the department introduced the digital library. We started with 50,000 ebooks for 100 schools. And today, the digital library is accessible to more than 5,800 schools in the province. For your information, the province has got 6,150 schools, and we are standing at 5,800. We think that is more than 80%, 85% access to the digital library. So as we are talking now, and every school in the province has free access to the digital library. What do we have in the digital library? Which has got 630,000 ebooks free to our schools. Learners with barriers to learning, they have books that are that they can read audio-wise, you know. So we also have elements in the digital library where the learners can get meaning or translation of concepts in the books. They can highlight and then the audio response to them. But if they cannot read the entire book, then they can take the book to an audio version and then it is accessible. That is what we have started with, and we are bringing in more, we are improving. This is only the 4th year since we introduced the digital library in the province, but it has grown in strides. I think we have attended to this. Oh, last one is our teacher development centers. We call them education centers. Each of our education centers is expected to have a library. We understand there are constraints there, but most of them do have libraries, and we do supply them with books. We also have the staff. In fact, we process our books in those education centers. So we expect them to function as an extension of the access to libraries for schools that do not have. We also do have the mobile library, and we work on the mobile library in partnership with KZN DSAC. So we do have the mobile library, both education and KZN DSAC, which is accessible to our schools. But again, we do have bad experiences there. Vehicles are getting old. We lose the staff. Just recently, last month, we buried two drivers, and one of them got arrested and had to be removed from the system. So we do have experiences, but we move on. Thank you.
Thank you, DJ. I think there's a last question. Oh, here. Was it here? Oh, that one. That's the one. All right.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Bongeka Jwaha. I'm from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, KZN. Maybe I'd like to start with the issue of mobile libraries. In fact, we have 2 buses, and I think the use of mobile libraries has different meanings to different people, depending from which angle you're looking at. So from our angle, the 2 mobile libraries that we have are similar to what Mpumalanga province has. And these are used especially for promotional purposes. The reason for that is that library books about 10 years ago were classified as minor assets. So the ease of putting a library outside in an open area, and for you to try and contain the processes in terms of making sure that members are registered and you're able to trace them once the books are borrowed, became a nightmare. Hence, we will rotate the bus, as uMhlathuze is saying, to various institutions to promote what the library look like. In terms of our footprint in libraries throughout the province, we're currently sitting at about 295 libraries, if I'm correct, with eThekwini leading with 96 libraries. However, there is a national problem that we have in terms of the mandates of libraries. Public libraries are mandates of provinces. And currently, we're sitting with municipalities who are our main partners, saying due to fiscus challenges that all of us are aware of, they are not able to run these libraries and be able to fully have operations within the library. What we then did was about 10 years ago, we wrote to Provincial Treasury to get funding
which is what is called provincialization. So we transfer funds to municipalities for them to be able to employ professional librarians. We will fund for a librarian, a library assistant, and an internet, which we call cyber cadets, to run our internet cafes. This funding obviously is not enough in terms of what municipalities are expecting of us. We also had a conditional grant for about 17 years, which came from National Treasury, which assisted with the issue. However, we're now facing with another challenge with the fact that the current minister is then saying, let's fold this conditional grant into an equitable share so that provinces run these on their own. Here is the challenge with folding a grant into an equitable share. The formula that is going to be used it's an equitable share formula, which takes into consideration where the province is, the population, is it a rural community, is it a rural or an urban, semi-urban. So there are challenges in terms of, are we still going to be able to run successful libraries? We're trying the best way we can, but the challenges in terms of funding are going to be sitting with us for quite some time. And then in terms of partnerships, I know that we did talk, we do have a relationship with elites. The department, Department of Education and the Department of Arts and Culture then, before the merger with sports, we had an MOA and we were able to work together. However, the MOA is in the process of being revised in order to incorporate sports and be able to open these libraries, as uMhlathuze is saying. I think it's also important for us in this space to say we do have partnerships with other directorates within the Department of Education, for example, ECD, so that we are able to tackle the issues at pre-foundation phase, and we're able to make sure that we are able to support education the best way that we can. I also have something here. Please talk about, we also have mini libraries for the blind, and which we're working with the South African Library for the Blind, but we've also extended an invitation, and we're in negotiation with KZN Blind and Deaf Society so that we're able to increase our access. So a lot of work is done on the ground, and I hope one day, as Dr. Gianni has indicated, we will be able to sit around the table and talk to issues that she's raised. UMZO is facilitating that. We also have Dr. Kumalo from Archives, who has been instructed from the branch to start negotiating with institutions of higher learning so that we can see how we can collaborate in terms of arts and culture in the province. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't want to be the one standing between you and lunch. So, I'm trying to cut, but I see the conversation is flowing.
Thank you. My question go to you, Sis Kathy, of Room to Read. You said you are literacy program implementers when you started your presentation, and I just want to know, how do you help to improve literacy levels with the schools or the community? Because Uzanele said they are doing spelling bee or something with the schools. So for you, apart from developing libraries, what is the other thing that you are doing? What kind of method that you use?
Thank you. I think now it's going to take one last question, and then the panel will close. Let's just take the questions finished. I know you're noting all your questions. You can see it's going to be on the podium for a long time.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gwenile Mkhunu from the city of uMhlathuze municipality. Mine is not a question, but it's just a call for all of us who are here today, who are library practitioners in our place of work wherever we are, especially Department of Education, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture in the province, and the NGOs that are working in our communities. We need to strengthen the partnerships that we have. We need to have constant conversations regarding the issues of promoting reading. The reason I'm saying this is that at a public library level, we are working with the schools. We go to the schools when we do our outreach programs, when we want to actually increase the levels of literacy. The challenge that is there is communication breakdown between these two departments and us at a ground level. What we have seen is that in the primary schools, Department of Education is prioritizing academic excellence. That is well and good, but we are here today whereby we are saying that grade 4 learners are unable to read with comprehension because this part is neglected at the process of looking for academic excellence. Now, when we go to schools, if we have these forums, if we can develop forums that contains these departments and the public libraries at a municipal level, we will then have more immunity when we go to the schools because we will do that through the forums that we have, the forums that needs to communicate constantly for us to be able to have a relationship. For now, there is no sound relationship. When you go there, you just go there as a librarian, and when you get resistance, there are no ways of actually getting into the school. But if we formalize this and actually talk at a district level, and when we do these programs, we have Department of Education on board because we talk. That is the only solution that we have, because for now, we only need to work with what we have. There are challenges that have been cited with regards to funding and all of that, but if we can communicate at a district level and be in partnership and be able to work together, and then we'll have the principals on board and we'll have the teachers on board, because right now, I'm not surprised that the school libraries are being closed, because the main priority is academic excellence. And if we continue like that, we are going to continue to have the learners that are not literate enough when you compare them to other countries. So this is a call to all of us. Let's have the forums in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, I was at this table earlier. Just to confirm with the technical team, are there any questions in the chat? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I appreciate the questions. Also appreciate the responses as the department was ably represented by Mr. Spisi. But what I want to put forward is that as we speak in this forum, in the Reading Summit, let us not speak as if reading is for librarians. Reading is for every teacher at a school level. So when we talk here and talk about reading, let us accept that a learner must be able to read in mathematics. A learner must be able to read in history and must be able to read in geography. So where I am getting to is there needs to be, Dr. Gian, needs to be a collaboration between different faculties, starting at university level, where we train teachers. Where we train teachers, we need to teach a teacher that we are preparing to teach history in future to be able to handle reading part in history. The one that is going to teach economics must be able to teach the reading part, because the danger here is to locate the problem of reading by our learners to librarians, which we know we don't have in our schools because of a number of reasons. But if we go the route of saying every teacher must be able to handle the reading and have strategies of teaching reading, then we can win the battle that we are talking about here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Starting with you, 5 minutes as you close, 5 minutes, then we can answer to all the questions and then also close. Sweet.
All right. To answer your question, Mayor, it's at Room to Read, we believe in structured pedagogy. That means we have a program, a literacy program that is designed based on the orthographies of that particular language. We know that orthographies differ based on languages. So we make sure that we look into each and every language that we implement, look at the orthographies, then develop a scope and sequence for that language, and then we develop lesson plans that are systematic, and we believe in explicit teaching of teaching children how to read. It doesn't happen automatically. Reading is just, it's like any other skill where you have to learn it and practice. It cannot happen without constant practicing. So we make sure that in the classroom, the teacher makes enough time to teach, but also to allow children to practice the skills that they have gained during that period. So within a literacy period, we ensure that all the skills are developed, starting from phonological awareness up to reading with comprehension within a lesson. We have experimented it. It is possible. It works. And if the teachers do that daily, children gain reading skills at an alarming rate. And once they have developed the reading skills, now you make provision for access to reading resources. Hence, we have the library where now they can go and practice their reading skills in the library. That's how we have developed our program, so that they balance the reading skills and the habit of reading. And then we engage parents as well to make sure that as these children learn in school, the learning doesn't end in the school, it goes also into the community. So we allowed, and we had a challenge with it, whereby teachers wouldn't allow children to take books home. But after working with them over time, they do now allow children to take books home. And that's where the parents is engaged now. So there is a relationship between the school and home. So there isn't a break, and children are actually enjoying that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In conclusion, I would love to say, us as community libraries, we are about providing reading material to all community members, irrespective of their age group. So it's all the categories in the community, and it differs with the programs that we do targeting each category. And with this one that I've just presented today, we acknowledge that we are not specialists when it comes to reading and at a school environment. But platforms like these have made us realize that we need each other, because as much as we might have books for the kids to come and read, but I noted a comment from one of the people who were commenting here, talking about teaching kids how to read, how to hold a book, and also choosing relevant material for them for a particular grade. We acknowledge that, which is the reason why we are partnering with the Department of Education as well as elites, because we don't want our program to we don't want to work in silo, but we want to do this, we want to conduct this program also contributing towards the development of those learners that are participating in it in relation to the curriculum, which is the reason why we are learning that we really need to work with all these other stakeholders just so we achieve this one common goal of getting our society literate. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to try and answer the one question with regards to supporting learners who have barriers to reading. You know, there are many reasons why children can't read. I think it was mentioned at the beginning. There are really several reasons, but I'm going to focus on the one that cuts to the core of the education department. And here we are talking about the quality of teachers. It's very important with regards to the success of teaching reading effectively in a classroom. And here I must point out how crucial the collaboration is with the tertiary institutions. I think we have to come closer together to discuss issues about how reading is actually put forward to these trainee teachers. I know that the talks have started. It's not like it hasn't started. In many universities, the teacher training courses now include a module on how to teach reading. So yes, it is a start. Yes, maybe we are a little behind, but the start has been made. I am very aware that the University of Zululand is working, I know especially in King Ketshwayo and uMhlathuze districts, because I've seen the reports from the subject advisors. It would be nice if we could get together to then come closer to you to see what is actually happening. Because what we are doing, even with our partners, we are looking at the excellence in various systems, what is working, and we kind of piggybacking on what is working, what is the best practice. And if you have something that is working in these two districts, we should know about it so that we can then take it maybe to other districts, sharing the best practice. But I want to go back to teacher training, because the question was, how are the learners who are struggling being helped? The bottom line is, if a teacher has not been well trained, and if the teacher does not have the knowledge, the teacher is not going to remediate. So that's where we are now, working with institutions to make sure that there is some kind of cohesion between us as education department, our curriculum, and how teachers are being trained. So that in a way is a kind of a solution. But within the system, we are growing in strides when we look at inclusivity, right? There are many reasons why children differ from each other. And I want to share with you one methodology that we have been promoting for a few years now. In our country, we call it curriculum differentiation. Globally, you may have heard the words differentiated instruction. You may also have heard the words responsive teaching. And it talks to addressing the needs of diverse learners. Yes, it is embedded in White Paper 6. Yes, it is spoken about in inclusive education, But again, it comes to the story of how policy is then flowing down to schools and how teachers are trained to implement these policies. So it brings us back to teacher training. And if teachers are trained, if they are upskilled, if they are professionally developed to recognize what are the barriers, what are the reasons why learners are struggling, then they will start addressing it. And teachers are addressing it, but I think they need more support. And from the from KZN Education Department, we are focusing on developing reading skills. Ma'am spoke on behalf of Room to Read, and yes, they are now following what are the best researched methods of teaching reading. I know what they are doing. They are following what globally is claimed to be the best methods. Other NGOs that are working with us are also coming closer to those methods. And by the way, those methods were also identified by researchers in South Africa post the Pearls results. Some of you may have heard the name, the science of reading, but KZN is going a step beyond the science of reading. Yes, we are taking the best practice from there, but we are also making it more inclusive for the African child in KZN. So things like embedding morphology, the teaching of morphology, because it's important in African languages. It is something new, but a start has been made. So for the person who asked the question about addressing barriers to reading, yes, there are processes in place. I must admit they are slow, but as we collaborate, the pace will hasten and more learners will be helped. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I wish to thank all of you, my wonderful panelists. I was the only thorn among you. I heard that when I went down, we were feeling cold. Thank you very much for your contributions, and to our audience for the engaging questions, and to the principals for coming with the answers when we needed them. I think it is, as we come to conclusion of this conversation, I think it is clear that there is a need for partnerships, whether between departments, NGOs, communities, and private sector. I think that is one common thing that brings us. And secondly, I think there is a shared agency to move beyond programmatic silos and embed reading for meaning into our cultural fabric of our society, in our homes, in our schools, in our libraries, and everywhere else. So as we reflect in the past 30 years and also looking into the next 30 years, let's do so avoiding the silo mentality, share resources, and bring everyone on board, private sector. So it is important that we have clear and specific plans to map our partners, so that then when we leave KZN today, in the next 2 years when they come to hand over this summit, they are able to tell that after the summit, this is what actually happened. And my name is Marcus Mapile. I'm the Director of Public Engagement at the National Library of South Africa. Among my duties is to also to deal with collaborations. So the National Library of South Africa is open for business, for partnerships, and I hope in a few months or so we'll be back in KZN to collaborate as a spin-off of the summit. Lunch is served. As I hand over back to the chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, colleagues, our first speaker will be Dr. N.S. Nechekuma from the University of Zululand. He'll be taking us through the early childhood development education in South Africa. Dr. Nechekuma, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me this opportunity to share with a presentation on the analysis of the early childhood development education in South Africa. So, like she introduced me, all right. Thank you. As she have already indicated, I'm from University of Zululand. So my topic is on the analysis of early childhood development education in South Africa. So early childhood development, it involves activities of the children or issue of policy development from when the child is born until 6 years, according to the context of South Africa. So my topic, it will charge on the introduction and also the progress which has been done since 1994, and the method which I use, and also the challenge, and I will end up with the conclusion. Just to give background information on the early childhood development, it became a very critical issue to say that during the time of apartheid in South Africa, through the Bantu Education Act, like of 1953, towards on and before 1994, there was South Africa was divided into the social and economic inequalities, where Black people were given, were not to have that opportunity to have a good education. So this inequality is undermined development of our children, which means that the consideration was not taken into developing our child from the grade R. That's why, if you can analyze the education crisis which we have today, it's come from a historical background. And also, if you can look at some of the speakers, the keynote speakers, they touch on this aspect to say that this is one of the challenges which we have in the country. So this year, the President of the Republic of South Africa, in his keynote address, he indicated that there is a need to expand access to early childhood development. This shows that it is a very critical aspect which we need to do as a country in order to solve this challenge. And because this is only be made a provision in the Bill of Rights, where in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, it indicated the socio-economic right, which that right includes the right to basic education and protection for neglect, abuse, or exploitation, which in this context, it includes the previously disadvantaged group, especially the Black community. So this require, like, for example, the development of the ECD policy. So in this context of South Africa, we already have the early childhood development policy in order to address the imbalance of the apartheid. And also we have a 2030 ECD strategy in order to improve that. And that's why even on the presidential keynote address, he emphasized the issue of expanding this program. So the challenge which was there before, or which is also still, is the lack of participation in, by the various stakeholders, as alluded by the various presentation today, to say that you find that parents are not involved, other key stakeholders are not involved, so which have a very challenging issue. And also it was part of the lack of coordination and cooperation. Like I will allude to this fact where in the keynote address, the president continued to say that there was a lack of coordination of the ECD centers, and also there is a need to have that facilities to be coordinated and to be managed properly, because that is totally inadequate, which has an impact on the development of the early childhood development in South Africa. So despite this shortfall, there's still a number of challenges. There's still the progress since democracy in dispersion. Like, for example, I've already mentioned the 2030 strategies and 2024 early childhood review, which was being done. And also in 1995, we have this Convention of the Right of the Child, which was done in 1995. And we see the Department of Basic Education is still involved in this to coordinate that. So on the Prof. Gianna, I will never repeat it. He indicated the number of the initiative of the program which has been initiated in order to solve this problem of early childhood development. And also there are a number of legislation in our country, like Children Act, which is already in place, Child Act of 25, which you need to address these. And also you can see there are largest number of the people who registered for this program. So if we can look to the category of the international assessment which has been done, because there was a number of the assessment, the one which was done by the PLS, which assessed the grade 4, and and also the SACAMEC, which is a Southern African Consortium for Monitoring Education Quality. So, which means that this test is done both in the international level and also on the regional level, like in Africa, where they assess the reading, especially in the STEM subject like English, mathematics and physical science. So according to the next 2020 in case South Africa, it was held 62 place, but the limitation of that is that the number of the country which were participating in this program are more developed country, where most of developing country like South Africa was not in play, but we are still looking behind. So, which means that this also gives us a challenge in terms of the test, which show that 68% of grade 4 learners are unable to read with the comprehension. And if you can look to this number, is a worrying, which show that there is a need for intervention to improve the early childhood. We ought to concentrate more on the early childhood development in our country. So how I conducted this research is that I did what we call the systematic review of literature, which means that I searched for the literature of early childhood, and also I searched and the document between March and April, which means that through the literature review, I was able to see how is the trend, and which from the presentation which has been done, you can see that also it's a reality to say that it is still a very challenge within this methodology which I use. So the analysis of data, it shows that there's still a very challenge of capabilities, like a skill, or the teacher need to be trained, like it's already been emphasized, like reading is still have a challenge in 10, and also the need for raising awareness of this early childhood development. So what is needed to be done as one of the key aspects is to ensure like the challenge or the which need to be done is the funding. So what we have found is that this fund, that there is a limited fund in order to fund this project of early childhood development, which need to be taken into consideration, provided that some of these funds, some of these centers are not registered properly. So which means that you need to have a very good coordinated in order to fund this project. And other part of the development is very critical to ensure that most of the teachers who deal with the early childhood or grade R and previous, they need to be retrained. There must be a program to develop them to facilitate that. Mara, what I'm very happy is that the president in his State of the Nation address, he emphasized the issue of funding this project so that it must be very effective to be implemented, to ensure that early childhood became one of the priority within the government. And what we found, especially in rural area, you find that there's no facilities, there's no schools which have the facilities on, there's no creche, and even those institutions which have this facility, you find that they are not on a good state in order to offer this condition. So, and also the issue of poverty is still a challenge. The nutrition, which is supposed to be provided to the early child, so you cannot expect them to be active if they don't get enough diet, which is a very challenging. And one of the challenge which is very important as part of the implementation program is to ensure that, because to promote reading and learning, there must be a ground on how to can implement it. So part of that, it includes ensuring that you have a sports facilities, which is mostly not available in the rural community, like playground for children, because the children can learn through the activities like playing grounds in whatever area. So what I recommend is I think this issue is emphasized a lot, like a build grant capacity by ensuring there must be a partnership, which means that partnership, it involves parents, education, and various teachers and parents, and infrastructure development is very key in order to develop. And facilities and equipment, like I indicated, it need to be up to scratch. There must be a very development in terms of the facility. Budget must be allocated in order to build that capacity in rural area. So also the academics and other facilities, they must involve to conduct that research and to share the knowledge and experience in terms of the of conducting these activities, which is a very critical in terms of this ECD to be effective. So, like I've indicated, the toy libraries, like in order to improve the reading, which means that which is not familiar in the African, in most of the rural area library, where you find that they concentrate on the real book, not on the toy library. So, which means that the design of the librarian of the library, they must ensure that the toy library, in order to have a section for the children, must be available in order to improve in order to improve reading. So, in conclusion, which means that by embarking on this early childhood, we are not only dealing with the issue of improving infrastructure or improving, but we are redressing the challenge or the legacy of the apartheid, where this area was ignored. And what is very, very important is to ensure that we raise this awareness, because most of the people, our parents in rural area, they are not able to read and write. So which means that they cannot see the need or the significance of that, which is very critical to ensure that we promote awareness on this ECD training. So that is the end of my presentation. Thank you, Ndolibua.
Thank you, Nechekuma, for sharing your insightful presentation. I see that colleagues are taking notes and comments. That's really nice. I will be given a chance at the end of the session. Our second presenter will be Phakama Matoti from the National Library of South Africa. She'll be taking us through advancing early literacy, inclusive strategies, and professional development.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Can you hear me? All right. My name is Phakama Matoti. I'm a children's literature coordinator at National Library Center for the Book that is situated in Cape Town. So I'm going to share with you early literacy, the importance of early literacy. That is also the part of our strategy at National Library. We also promote inclusive literacy. Here, there was a question that children with special needs, they are not included in literacy. But as National Library, we want to promote the literacy for children with diverse needs, including those with autism. So what we have actually done, we have researched and get a company that is called Hidden Gem, whereby that lady is good at dealing with children, especially with autism. So that lady can actually conduct workshop and teach the people or show the people that are dealing with children, ECTs, and librarians, how to make a child with autism stay calm and listen to you whilst you are reading for him or her. How do we encourage children to read as National Library? So as National Library, what we are doing, we develop book clubs at school, creches, Sunday schools, community, and everyone in the community who's got an interest of teaching literacy, of improving the literacy levels, especially of grade 4, as we heard that Pearls is complaining about grade 4s that are just reading without any understanding. So after we have developed those book clubs, we support our book clubs with books, we give them books. And then after that, we interact with our book clubs during important calendar reading days. That's our World Book Day on the 20th of March, International Literacy Day, 8th September, International Mother Language Day, 21st February. During that time of, during this, especially International Literacy Day, that's where we are doing activities like spelling bee, activities like reading, impromptu reading, and prepared reading, all kind of reading. So there, we can actually see that our book clubs are really reading from their performance. And then during that time, we designed a tailored posters that we disseminate to libraries and schools or relevant stakeholders. We also workshop children so that they can actually write their own stories, write their own stories, right, for children, for other children, children writing stories for other children. And then what do? We do have a community publishing program. We're actually publishing those books through our community publishing program. So how do we celebrate our World Storytelling Day? At Center for the Book, we are having an ECD at the back, a very, it's conducive, it's bright, children, they are loving it. So what is happening there in that ECD center? Crèches around Cape Town, when they do excursion, they go to that ECD center, whereby the children, they will listen to stories, as you see there at the picture, and then they will read e-books. Actually, they will be given e-books, clean books with pictures, so that they can form their own stories, and then they will be read to. Somebody will read for them, and for them, they will follow after that person who's reading for them. So for those who grasp quickly, you will actually see them after that miming as if they are reading, having their books in their hands as if they are reading. So we also encourage International Mother Language Day. We encourage the use of indigenous languages at National Library, especially for the young ones. When we celebrate that kind of event, International Mother Language Day, we partner with DSAC most of the time. So I will give you a clip of what is happening.
But government says it cannot be left to policymakers alone.
One of our responsibilities is to preserve the languages, for instance. But we as government on our own will never be able to do that if the parents don't then spearhead that. Because these children are staying with us as parents. As I made an example, I'm a Xhosa speaking woman and my family is Xhosa. My children, my grandchildren are speaking English. I'm not against them speaking English, but my problem is they must not let Xhosa diminish. That's where my problem is. Therefore, parents will have a bigger role to play when it comes to that.
The National Library of South Africa says publications in indigenous languages are very limited.
When publishers source material to publish, they prefer English because it sells. So it's a question of economics. But if government is supporting these languages, like Mpumalanga province is going to, 6% of their budget will be dedicated to books in indigenous languages this year. But it shouldn't just be one province. It should be all the provinces. I don't know where they're going to find enough stock.
Worldwide, people identify themselves through their mother tongues.
Important that the amount of academic done in mother tongue.
So this is how we celebrate our International Mother Language Day, with the emphasis on indigenous language, whether it's isiXhosa, as we are using isiXhosa at the Western Cape, or Afrikaans, or isiSotho. Oh, sorry. And then, all right. During International Literacy Day, as I mentioned before, that during that time we celebrated with our book club members, whereby we are doing competitions of spelling bee, impromptu reading, prepared reading, etc. But last year, during International Mother Language Day, we partnered with McDonald's. McDonald's is having books, small books, that is giving to the children who are actually buying a Happy Meal. But McDonald's said there are children who are coming from underprivileged places whereby they cannot be able to buy Happy Meal in order for them to get those books. So they donated to us 7,000 books so that we can disseminate them to the underprivileged places. There at the picture, we're at other underprivileged crèche that is in Philippi, whereby we were disseminating those small books as well as Happy Meal to those children. What do we do with our ECD? How do we capacitate our ECD teachers? We do workshops, early reading workshop. During early reading workshop, the ECD educators are workshopped by uMhlathuze. As we know that uMhlathuze is dealing with young children, so they do have expertise of how to deal with early literacy for young ones. As the speaker before me mentioned, toy-based learning workshop. For us, it's workshop, it's not a toys library, whereby the ECD educators as well as the librarians are actually demonstrated how to use toys as a powerful tool for the early childhood development literacy. And then we have how to start a book club workshop as well, whereby the people are guided of how to have a running successful book club in their communities or schools. We do have creative writing workshops for our book club members, as well as their coordinators. So in those creative writing workshops, the children are nurtured for storytelling skills, whereby they can actually express themselves through writing. As we heard about the national literacy challenges, that according to uMhlathuze, 78 children of grade 4, they can't read for understanding. But National Library is engaging in literacy events as well as activities. The impact of book clubs. In schools with book clubs, it is notable improvement that the levels of literacy have been improved. They are highlighting the importance of regular reading. It is important. How do we measure our success with book clubs? How do we measure the success of what we are doing when we are helping to improve the literacy levels? We get positive feedback from educators. When we're having an event or a workshop, we give them an evaluation form. That evaluation form helps us to assess the relevancy, quality, and effectiveness of our activities. Comments always often highlights how our programs boost confidence, reading interest, and classroom engagements. There are observable improvement in literacy skills as well in our book clubs. That is through ongoing interaction and assessment. On our reading competitions, we observe tangible progress in learners' reading and comprehension abilities. So educators, they also report to us, tell us that there is also more vocabulary that they gain from reading, the children at the time. Increased reading engagement among children. One of our strong indicators of success is the growing enthusiasm of reading. More children are joining book clubs, borrowing books from the library, and participate actively in literacy events. That is a clear sign of positive reading. Last but not least, NLSA is committed to an inclusive approach to literacy that aligns with and supports national education and development goals. By investing in early literacy, we are not only strengthening the foundation for lifelong learning, but also contributing to socio-economic development of our communities. Through accessible and engaging library programs, we empower children with the tools they need to succeed both in school and in life. Together, we are building a nation of readers. Thank you.
Let us have Mawande, who will be taking us through cultivating and thriving literacy landscape. Oh no, sorry. It's literacy as a bridge to hope, an assessment of grade 4 pupils in the participation to the reading program of Mandeni Municipality. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay. Greetings to the session chair, program director, organizers, colleagues, all protocols observed. I greet you all. I am Mawande Dlamini from Mandeni Municipality and the Library Services. And I'm here to present my topic under literacy as a bridge to hope and assessment of grade 4 pupils in the participation to the reading program of Mandeni Municipality. In promoting early childhood literacy, children are empowered with lifelong learning skills at a very tender age. This may then be implemented through thorough reading programs such as the one mentioned in the study. This paper is therefore relevant to foundational literacy and reading. This study supports and aligns with cultivating a thriving literary landscape and celebrates the journey of literacy and reading in South Africa, as it further fosters a reading culture amongst youngsters. It examines literacy as a bridge to success and seeing the depth of such programs in improving the educational outcomes of the grade 4 learners that are participants. The study conducted will help benefit the following. As the study attempts to evaluate the impact and degree of engagement of grade 4 students in the Mandeni Municipality's reading program, this study is highly valuable to a variety of stakeholders. It is commonly acknowledged that literacy is a fundamental ability that empowers people and communities at large and serves as a link to socio-economic advancements, academic achievements, and personal growth. Through an assessment of existing literacy programs, this study aims to comprehend how these initiatives help young learners develop not just their reading skills, but also the long-term prospects and hope. Identifying the problem issue at hand is crucial before I begin my presentation. The issue that being a portion of grade 4 pupils in South Africa struggling with reading comprehension and attaching meaning to what they have read. Studies undertaken by international studies organizations such as PEARLS have identified this problem. The objective of my study will be to explore the efficiency of these programs in enhancing students' reading comprehension abilities, also to determine challenges experienced by teachers and learners in promoting reading programs. The research methodology that was used, sorry, I made a mistake there. The research paradigm that was used was imperative. The research approach was qualitative. The research design was descriptive. The study population was that of grade 4 teachers and grade 4 learners. The sampling was judgmental sampling. Data collection instruments that were used were semi-structured interviews. Data analysis was thematic analysis. The findings of my study were, the findings revealed that individualized learning programs have a significantly positive impact on the literacy development of grade 4 learners. These tailored programs have been showing to foster a more engaging and seamless learning experience, enabling learners to progress academically while accommodating their unique learning paces. The findings indicated that this approach is particularly effective when implemented within a supportive and guided environment. Teachers consistently expressed strong confidence in the effectiveness of these programs. They noted marked improvements in several key literacy areas among the learners. That's including of vocabulary development, listening and speaking skills, independent reading habits. Overall, the results underscore the value of individualized instruction in promoting foundational literacy skills and supporting holistic academic growth. Several challenges were then identified in the implementation of individualized literacy programs. These included limited instructional time, which constrained teachers' ability to implement comprehensive reading strategies. Insufficient reading materials, making it very difficult to provide learners with the diverse and appropriate texts for practice. Large class sizes, which hindered the ability to offer individualized attention and support each learner. Hence, we are looking at a rural area. The challenges were, in addition, some teachers lacked adequate training in structured reading approaches, largely due to insufficient preparation time and limited access to professional development opportunities. Parental involvement was also very minimal in most cases, particularly in the rural areas where the study was conducted. This lack of support from home further affected learners' reading development. Another significant issue was inconsistent student attendance, often caused by external factors such as transportation, challenges, and home responsibilities. These disruptions negatively impacted continually in learning and limited the effectiveness of the literacy interventions. In conclusion, the study evaluated grade 4 learners' participation in a reading program in Biennial Municipality, highlighting that such programs effectively support literacy development. Learners showed increased engagement, confidence, and enjoyment in reading activities. However, challenges such as low parental involvement, limited instructional time, and a lack of resources hindered the program from reaching its full potential. The recommendations based on the findings of the study were to promote parental involvement. This will strengthen efforts to involve parents in the children's literacy development. This includes encouraging reading at home and equipping parents with practical strategies to support and model positive reading behaviors, make reading enjoyable and engaging, develop creative and interactive reading activities to foster interest and motivation among learners. For example, include storytelling, reading games, role-playing, and integration of digital media to make reading sessions more dynamic. Familiarize learners with libraries, promote early exposure to libraries to cultivate a sense of familiarity and excitement around books. Regular library visits should be encouraged as part of school programming to enhance learners' access to reading materials. So these are some of the reading programs that we've done under Biennial Municipality. So I just decided to share some of the photos that we took. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mawande, for such a powerful presentation. I will now move to our last speakers. Just a minute. Okay, our last presenters will be taking us through the impacts of parental involvement in teaching isiZulu reading skill in the foundation phase, known as umthelela wokubandakanywa kwabazali ekufundweni kwekhono lokufunda emabangeni aphansi.
Sanibonani, igama lami nguBongephiwe uMadlamini Myeni, ngihamba nozakwethu uKhayelihle Khumalo sizokwethula ucwaningo lwethu olusihloko esithi umthelela wokubandakanywa kwabazali ekufundweni kwekhono lokufunda emabangeni aphansi. Ucwaningo lwethu luzokwethulwa ngolimi lwesiZulu, kodwa ngenxa yalabo abangasiqondi isiZulu sibe sengeza okwelimi lwesilungu ukuze beqonde ukuthi sikhuluma ngani. For the sake of those who don't understand isiZulu, we have decided to provide an English version. Dr. Khumalo will take you through our presentation. I will only come in during the discussion. Thank you.
Sanibonani. Sibheka umthelela okubandakanya kwabazali ekufundweni kwekhono lokufunda emabangeni aphansi. Amabanga aphansi kahlukene kaningi. Kukhona amazinga aphansi lokho kuthiwa i-foundation phase, oqala ka grade R kuyogcina ku grade 3. Kube khona lokho kuthiwa intermediate phase, oqala ka grade 4 kuyophuma ka grade 6. Kube khona lokho kuthiwa senior phase, oqala ka grade 6 kuyogcina ka grade 9. Ucwaningo lwethu la ngekho ke kulawo mabanga asethethe 2, kodwa la kulamabanga abizwa kuthiwa i-foundation phase, lawa aqala ku grade R agcine ku grade 3. Right, mawubheka ke la nayi cartoon yethu iyona ke ekuthatha kubeke ukuthi hayi iphethe umongo nomgogodla wocwaninga lonke. Kunabantu lapha ababili baxoxa. Sethi komunye, I can't read but I have excellent TV viewing skills. Usuthi umbuzo ke, uma ungakwazi ukufunda kodwa unekhono elisimanga lokubukela umabona kude, ahlukana kanjani lamakhono? Ngoba masiwafundisa ezikoleni siwafundisa ngokuhambisana, kuba ikhono lokufunda nokubukela, lokho kuthiwa i-reading and viewing skill. Ashuthi sekuba khona imibuzo ke la ukuthi yini edala ukuthi ahlukane lamakhono, seyithi ke into iliphi ke iqhaza elibanjwe abazali. Sekuba khona lekuthiwa ukuhlawumpisela ebizwa ukuthi i-hypothesis. Mawubheka izinto ezenzeka emakhaya, kungenzeka ukuthi khona into enziwa abazali, umthelela ababa nawo ekutheni ingane igcine nje seyithanda kakhulu ukubukela kunokuba ithanda ukufunda. Kungenzeka nje ukuthi ingane mayikhala inikezwe i-cellphone idlalelwe ukhokhomelon, kube mnandi ekhaya kube nje igcina ingakwazi ukufunda ngoba mase kuthiwe nje nasi isiponono sikamama idansi izishikishe phansi, siponono samamakhe, igcine ingazi ukufunda kodwa yazi isiponono. Right, isingeniso, ukufunda kusemqoka njengoba kunikeza isisekelo sokuthuthukiswa kolimi, ulwazi kanye nempumelelo kwezemfundo. Ngeke ngempela ulimi lwesiZulu nezinye izilimi nje zithuthuke uma sinesizukulwane esingakwazi ukufunda. Foundation phase isigaba esibaluleke kakhulu sesikole ngoba ila thina njengesikole esikwaziyo ukuthi sikhandele ocream bethu ngoba baqala ukukhandwa lapha kwi-foundation phase. Ngeke ke sithole A ka grade 12 uma sino grade R, o grade 1, u grade 2 no grade 3 ongakwazi ukufunda. Ngeke uqhamuke usewenza imilingo le emabangeni aphezulu kungafakwanga imfundiso yokwazi ukufunda emabangeni aphezulu. Lolu cwaningo ke lobunjalo botho beluhlola umthelela ukungabi ingxenye kwabazali ukuthuthukiseni ukufunda emabangeni aphansi. Uthola ukuthi nje kuthiwa hawu bayobona othisha esikoleni kusho umuntu omncane njalo osadinga ulwazi. Abafundi abaningi babamanga aphansi esifundazweni saKwaZulu-Natal abakwazi ukufunda ulimi lwesiZulu. Lokho ke sekusinikeza inkinga thina njengabathandi balo ulimi lwesiZulu ukuthi ngeke yini lushabalale izizukulwane ezayo engabe isalifica lolu limi. Ake sibheke nansi imibuzo ebilawula lolu cwaningo. Kungabe yini iqhaza labazali ekuthuthukiseni ikhono lokufunda emabangeni aphansi? Ngabe umphakathi uyalekelelana yini nezikole thuthukisa ukufunda nokufundisa? Kungafundiswa kanjani ukufunda isiZulu enganeni eyenza ibanga lika grade R kuya ku grade 3? Imibuzo ke le omgogodla kwalolu cwaningo. Sifunda ke imithombo yolwazi ehlukene kodwa ngenxa yokuthi la besenza i-presentation nje sithathe embalwa njengoba nangu nje omunye uGraham nomtsweni 2024 uveza ukuthi imfundo yenzeka kahle uma kunokusebenzisana phakathi kwesikole, abazali nabafundisi. Kulabo abantu abakhulela emakhaya abawazi amabhodi esiZulu ukuthi abanemlenze emithathu, umlenze wokuqala, umlenze wesibili nomlenze wesithathu. Uma usufile umlenze wesibili alibelisakwazi ukuma lelo bhodwe liyawa liwiswa ukuthini? Ukuthi omunye umlenze awusekho. Washo ukuthi ke ngempela ukuze ukufunda kokufunda kuhambe kahle emabangeni ase foundation phase, amabanga aphansi, kufanele kube khona ukubambisana phakathi kothisha, abazali kanye nesikole. Othisha, abazali kanye nelokhuzana nabafundi uqobo. According to ubani lo uBindanilo 2021 uthi ocwaningweni lwakhe uveza ukuthi abafundi abaningi kakhulukazi abasemabangeni aphansi bayahluleka ukufunda. Thina njengabacwaningi siyavumelana nombono kaBindanilo ngoba akubona kuphela abafundi abasemabangeni aphansi abangakwazi ukufunda, kodwa isihlava nje esihlasele nakuwona wonke amabanga, ngisho nakwibanga lokugcina elibizwa ukuthi further education and training eliqala grade 10 liyophuma grade 12. Uma unikeza abafundi incwadi uthi abafunde kuba inkinga ngoba ikhono lokufunda abalitholanga la kwakumele balithole kahle khona okwakuyise foundation phase. Siqhubeke indlela ke esetshenzelwa ukuqhuba lolucwaningo ile ukuthi qualitative method, ucwaningo indlela yomnjalo obotho, sebenzisa indikimba okuhlaziya. Okuhle ngalendlela ukuthi inikeza ulwazi olunzulu nolujulile ngokuqonda okujulile kwalokho okucwaningwayo. Ababangichaza kwakungabafundisi babanga aphansi, abazali ababekhethwe ngaphansi kwesifunda seLembe. Setshenziswa imibuzo, amaqoqo kanye lokhuzana ama-interviews, focus group kanye nendlela yokubuka, observation. Yizona indlela ke ezasetshenziswa ukuqoqa ulwazi. La kwasetshenziswa injulalwazi eyaziwa ngele social constructivism theory kaLev Vygotsky, egcizelela ukuthi akubi isikole kuphela, akubi umsebenzi wesikole kuphela ukufundisa, kodwa nomphakathi kusuke kufanele ubambe iqhaza ekuleleni isikole ekutheni imfundo iqhubeke iye phambili. Asho ukuthi lezi zinto ezifundwayo esikoleni kufanele iqhubeke futhi nasemphakathini zenziwe ukulekelela ukuthi abafundi babone ukuthi akuyona into yasesikoleni kuphela ukufunda, kodwa into okumele yenziwe noma ikanjani. Right? Abazali kumele bafundise izingane zabo imisindo ngesiZulu kusukela ku A baze bayofika kuza. Mabefundisa esikoleni bayakufundisa esikoleni, abafike futhi nasekhaya kufunda ukuthi kunento ekuthiwa A, kunento ekuthiwa uB, kunento ekuthiwa uC, kuze kuyofika kuze. Kungathi uA B C. Enkathi uthi uA B C uzokwazi isingisi kakhulu. Kanti mawuthi uA ba C uzofika kuza, uzokwazi ke ukwenza lokho okuthiwa ukuhlanganisa izinhlamvu. Mawubheka lapha ngezansi yabona nje nanti igama elithi umama fanele mayiqala ufundiswa lapha ekhaya afundiswe ukuthi u usuke eyimele yedwa, umma ayimele yedwa, noma ayimele yedwa. When you blending, ngisho ukuthi umama. Sekuphuma igama elithi umama. Usezokwazi umfundi ukufunda igama elithi umama ngoba uqale watshela ukuthi sithatha lowa simhlanganise noma abese kuphuma igama elithi umama. Amasuke lawa okumele asetshenziswe ngabazali emakhaya ukulekelela uqinisekisa ukuthi ikhono lokufunda abafundi bayalizuza hayi esikoleni nje kuphela kodwa nasemakhaya. Kumele kuxhunyanwe nothisha kusetshenziswana ukuhlola ukuthi umfundi wenze njani esikoleni. Abazali ngaso sonke isikhathi kumele bexhumane nothisha ukuze bezothola ukuthi umfundi wenze njani esikoleni. Njengamanje ufundani noma esebenzisa imisindo azi ukuthi okay esikoleni benza lo msindo angamenzisa umsindo angawazi. Okay, sibheke ukuhlaziywa kolwazi. Cwaningo lithola ukuthi kuyagqoza ukuba ingxenye kwabazali ukufunda isiZulu emabangeni aphansi. Lokho kuholela ekutheni izingane zingakwazi ukufunda. Abazali bakholelwa kakhulu kothisha ukuthi nje uthisha ubani ave ishaya lento bese ecabanga ukuthi ingane izoyibamba kanti cha, ingane ikholelwa kakhulu kumzali wayo. Ngenkathi umzali egcizelela leyo nto ubese eyibamba ke umfundi. Ucwaningo lithola ukuthi abazali bancane o TikTok kunokubafundisa ukufunda. Right? Bahluleka ukubambisana nothisha eqinisekiseni impumelelo yani yomfundi. Njengoba ubona ke bese liqhamuka nezincomo ucwaningo ukuthi eluncomo ukuthi abazali kumele babambe iqhaza eqinisekiseni ukuthi izingane zabo ziyalithola ikhono lokufunda. Ngoba ubona nasi isithombe lapha igumbi lokulala ingane ligcwele izincwadi kunalento okuthiwa i-library khona endlini ukuthi umfundi environment yakhe izungezo yezincwadi mayishona le izincwadi zezingane. Lapha lesithombe esingezansi siyakhombisa i-parental involvement. Ubaba nomama bebafundisa ingane ukureada. Abathi ukuthi othisha bazoyifundisa ukufunda kodwa bayibambele bona bafundisa ukureada. Kumele kusungulwe izigungu zokufunda emphakathini ama-reading clubs. Isithangami esiqoquzela ukufunda njengalezi kumele zibanjwe njalo ukuze kuzoqhubekela phambili. Umndeni nomndeni kumele ukholele osikweni lokufunda. Wonke umuntu ekhaya ayijwayeze ukufunda. Kwaziwa ukuthi ikhaya lifundayo. Sesiphetha ke kuhlanganyela kothisha, abafundi nabazali kungakhiqiza imiphumela emihle ekutheni leli khono liqhubeke liye phambili. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Siyabonga kakhulu ma presenters. I think I should just join the queue. So siyabonga kakhulu. We'll now move to the discussions. I hope my presenters are ready, and also the audience is also ready for questions. Okay, I note Dr. Mthembu. Oh, there's also a hand that side. Okay, another hand. Oh, there's also a hand from Mandeni. Dr. Dlamini. Oh, yes. Okay, we'll start from Dr. Mthembu and we'll just go along.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you so much, colleagues, for your insightful presentations. At least I have a comment or a question for each and every one of you. No one is gonna get bored. Okay, starting with Dr. Nechikuma on your study, which distillated on early childhood development in South Africa. Which sources or specifically the databases did you use, and what was the inclusion and exclusion criteria? How many sources did you retrieve? was your content analysis qualitative or quantitative in nature? And please also consider adding the gaps, implications, and novelty or originality on your study to strengthen its quality. Then moving to our next presenter, Matoti. Yeah, Matoti, that's correct. I really enjoyed your presentation. It was very practical. Well, Storytelling Day is one of your calendar events, right? So I just wanna check with you, in which level do you do it, or does it extend to? Is it a community level, a provincial, or national, and who are you partnering with? Or maybe I've missed that during your presentation. Then you've also touched on the donated books. Do you think the donated books? Oh. Okay. Am I clear now? Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay. You spoke about the World Storytelling Day as one of your calendar events. Is that correct? Good. Then I just want to know, which level does it extend to? Is it the community, provincial, or national? And who are you partnering with? Then my next question is on the donated books. Do you think the donated books are always relevant in terms of the content they're covering, the language, as well as the intended audience? Then, before I move to my last question, are you planning to publish your paper? Ma'am, are you planning to publish your paper? Yes. Okay, yes, yeah. Okay, but if you're planning to publish it one day, maybe consider adding a section on the observations. Okay, just discuss so that you can always propose some areas of improvements. Okay. Then I'm moving to Mawande. Mawande, your first research objective requires revision. I've seen a word, these. Please don't assume that we know those programs. Just remove the word, these. Okay. Then you said you'll be using positivism research paradigm. Is that correct? Please confirm before I proceed. Or you changed to? Interpretivism. Oh, okay, yeah, that aligns well with qualitative mode of inquiry. Thank you. I am letting you off the hook. Then to our last presenters, Dr. Kumalo and Dr. Mieni. I really enjoyed your presentation, specifically because it was presented on my mother tongue. Just one thing. Please confirm the reality of reading at homes, particularly in African families, as they are underprivileged. They lack resources and learned or educated parents. Please comment on that. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Program Chair. I would also like to thank the presenters. Okay. Thank you so much, Program Chair. And I would also like to thank the presenters. My will be just one question, which is directed to Phakama Mtoti. I just want to know what the international mother language, what is it all about? Is it about maybe encouraging students to read in their mother language, or it has to do with something else?
I hope you got that one.
Okay. My question is, I would like to know about International Mother Language. Is it about celebrating the encouragement of children to read in their mother language, or it's about something else? I just need an understanding on that.
Thank you. My question goes to Mawande. Your research deals more with grade 4, and there are many challenges that has been said about grade 4, the inability to read and understand with meaning and all those things. To what extent do you think your study will solve the problem that has been highlighted? And my second question is on your study, Mandeni is largely rural. Do you think the parent involvement, because the majority of the citizens are illiterate, do you think the parental involvement will solve the problem or will actually assist in improving reading to the learners? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your presentations were excellent. And Mawande, I will say to you, it would be wise for you to add the statement of the problem to come out clear. And if maybe you intended to take your study higher, like Dr. Mtembu said, is it to the first speaker, whom you said, if in case you wanted to publish your work, even for you, Mawande, I think there's the same thing. If you want that, you have to add the problem statement, and again you have to go deeper in your findings, so that you make it. Your findings also has to be, married with the literature that we have reviewed. And coming to Dr. Kumalo, or the two doctors, again, your study was excellent actually. Nokuspresenta njengesizulu kube mnandi kakhulu. Kube ngathi ngabe ngaqhubeka njalo. Kodwa ke ikhwala ngisele khona nje kancane mhlambe i-statement of the problem. Inkinga ikuphi kakhulu. I much as kukhona mawukhuluma, one would be able to follow it. Kodwa nje statement of the problem, mhlambe nje leyo section le beyifunakala ingafaka ama spices lawa angenza ukuthi kube mnandi. Bese kuthi Dr. Nechekuma, you did well again, Doctor. Concern is ekuthenini ama key terms or apply to, because I think you were reviewing the literature from which year to which year, and then what are the key terms that we have used, and how much literature did you find on that? Thirdly, and how did you make a selection? Because I think the criteria that you used to select the literature that you thought this one now, or articles, if there were articles that you thought are relevant to that, how did you do that one? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ngicela ukubingelela nje. Ngicela ukubonga ama presentations that were done by the panel. Mina mhlambo kwami, it's not going to be directed to you per se in terms of your presentation. The previous speakers were more like ngilahlekelwe igama langempela kodwa ngifuna ukuthi when I engage with your presentations, to me, it's not about how you have structured your presentation, like your academic work, like to say, as my colleagues are saying, but is to look at what you have presented based on what is practical. Kahle kahle anginikriti mina niyabo. Ngifuna ukuthi what you have presented, when we look at what is really happening outside. So I want to relate to that. But it might not only be answered by yourselves. I'm just throwing it to the house, but I'm triggered by your presentations. The first one that I want to talk to, it's based on the very first presentation by Nechakuma, yes. When you were talking about the early childhood development education in South Africa, I'm talking because my responsibility is around that area as well, to ensure that there is effective teaching. But what could be done by universities to ensure that those ECD practitioners get the right skills to teach? Because when you get into that space, you'll find that the people that are there, mind you, we have inherited ECD from DSD, where education was not the strongest pillar in what they were doing. It was just nutrition and care. Now we have put education, and hence now it's taken to us so that we can be able to develop the learner, the psychological part of the learner as well. To say, what could be the role of universities? I'm just throwing it to everybody in assisting in that space, so that we can be able to say, even those children that are in ECD centers, they've got people that are equal to the task, because currently we are neither here nor there when it comes to issues related to education. The other one that I wanted to talk to, I think there was somebody also who spoke about methods of teaching reading. I think it was if it wasn't Dr. Dlamini. Yes, to say how these methods of teaching reading, because you'll find that as we say that, no, it wasn't Dr. Yeah, I think the last team, yes. When you teach, especially isiZulu, you'll find that the tendency is to teach isiZulu as if we are teaching English. And also, when you go to any ECD center, parents, I think somebody who was actually talking about parents, you'll find that parents are more of English than isiZulu. And you will find that parents feel that indeed this crèche is teaching because learners are coming back home with English words that they did not know. So when we want to develop language competence, because what we are facing now, as we are saying, grade 4 learners cannot read. It's not necessarily that they can't read, but with understanding, especially in their home language, then you will find that there is a lot that is in their minds. When they were young, they were sent to ECD centers where English was dominant. They will tell you the songs, days of the week, months of the year, this and that. They sing all this English, But at that stage, where the mind is developing, we need also to develop the language. And you'll find that disjuncture. Now the learner is going to school to grade 1. Language of teaching and learning is isiZulu. Now there is this competing vocabulary. When they get into grade 4, exposed to external assessment in isiZulu, isiZulu has not yet developed because of what is happening. So I want us maybe to throw to the house to say, how best can we be able to assist, especially when teachers are being trained on how to teach isiZulu? Because when you look at isiZulu, like it's unlike Isingisi. Isingisi, we might call it, it's a language with phonics that are sometimes opaque, but ours are, you see, U-A is always A and never changes. But U-A in English, when I say they are, it's another A. When I say us, it's another A. So you see how this A differs from one word to another. But with us, it's always the same. I think if we can master it at that level of training of teachers, how to teach the language, then moving to parents will be easy, because even at school, teachers have mastered it. Because that's where the problem is currently. To say, when like the manner in which I was taught isiZulu is different from the manner in which our learners are taught isiZulu now, because there's a lot of English that comes with it. I think we need to go back a little bit. But I was disturbed a little bit by your presentation on a lighter note. When you look at isiZulu, nikudakaza ngoyinkobovu ukuthi singakuboni. Bese kuthi lokho esingisi nikwenze kubonakala. Manje I was struggling to read isiZulu lese ngifuna ukusifunda dokotela, yabo ukuthi lento yami indlela ende kangakanani yesingisi nesizulu. Nibonile nje mwana dokotela uthi isingisi asibonakala, isiZulu asingabonakala, yabona. So I'm saying this in a lighter note, because when we want to change education, I think we need to look at these things that will assist us. Even if in our studies, when we want to make your research, we must be able to say, what is the challenge that we have? Then based on the challenge, how can we solve it? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our presenters. We'll start from Ms. Madodi and then going on.
Can you hear me? Oh, thank you. I will start with the question of World Storytelling Day. All our calendar reading events, we're supposed to do them nationally. But because of funds, sometimes we're unable to go to other provinces. But now we came up with other strategy of working with provincial libraries, so that those that are interested, so that I give them everything, the content, the activities of what is going to take during that day, so that they can actually do wherever they are. Right, when it comes to donated books, yes, donated books are relevant. At Center for the Book, actually National Library Center for the Book, we do have our in-house books that are called First Word in Print. In isiXhosa are called isiqalo. So those books, the level is for grade 1 to 2 or maybe 3. So especially for the ECD children, we are using those books. And those books, you get them in all languages. They are in all languages. And in whatever a book that you, for an example, we get from other organization, because we're doing bartering sometimes, all those books are relevant for children as well. I've answered the one for the paper, but I need to hear it more because I couldn't hear you properly. And then during International Literacy Day, we're actually using all the languages, because I remember when we were celebrating International Literacy Day during the time of our Deputy President, Mrs. Sokyu said during International Literacy Day, we should include all the languages. We mustn't choose which were indigenous or what, even English, we should include English during that time. But it will depend what kind of activities we're doing that time. So I should think I've answered all the questions that were directed to me. Thank you.
Greetings. Thank you for the questions and the recommendations as well. I'll just answer Mr. Dloda's question. That was, at what extent will the study solve the problem? The study will identify the literacy gaps, will help identify the literacy gaps that are present. And also, they would probably, most importantly, improve the design of which the reading programs are structured or implemented. Thank you.
Greetings again. Thank you so much, Dr. Mthembu and Dr. Dlamini, for your comments. Are well noted. We will indeed take them into account to improve our study. I think the last question, I will start with your concern in terms of our presentation. We're not aware that the red color is not visible to you. Our apologies in terms of that. Your question about the language in school and at home, I think it begins with us as parents as well. I will just share my personal account in terms of that. My son, my two sons went to a multiracial schools. The first son is now doing grade 9, where isiZulu is a mother, what do you call it? It's a home language. Thank you so much. Where isiZulu is the home language. But he is mastering both languages very well, simply because when she was still in the foundation phase, I made sure that he learned both languages. I remember his teacher calling me to say, I must speak English at home with my son. I told him that I'm not going to do that. You teach English at school, I will be teaching my son isiZulu at home, because I want my son to know both languages. And I did that. I remember he asked me to say, okay, when we were having a conversation, he was like, where are you working? I was like, I'm working at University of Zululand. What are you teaching there? I was like, I'm teaching Zulu. Oh, no wonder. So I think we also need to stand firm in terms of teaching our kids their native languages. We mustn't be taken away by what teachers are saying at school, because at the foundation phase, kids are able to grasp as many languages as they could. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleague. I think as an African languages scholars, we have a long journey to walk to impart the love of African languages to the people. We are having a burden to publish papers in African languages in order to familiarize these languages to the people. Because now we are rated as someone who's not clever when you are promoting your language. Even the parents at home, they're having that thinking that when their kids are talking isiZulu, there will be nothing. Even during our time when we're doing undergrad, majoring isiZulu is labeled as someone who's going nowhere. What we are going to do, we are going to push this language up to until it's reached the level of Afrikaans, English, and other languages. We want to thank University of Zululand for promoting African languages through its language policy. In all conferences that will come, we'll be presenting in isiZulu just to be in line with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the question. I'll start with what Dr. Mthembu has raised, which is very significant. So you question about what we call whether use qualitative. What I've used is a qualitative, where I use on the slide of the research method. I indicated that I use the keyword which I use a keyword like literacy, early childhood, and reading in, which means that when I search, it gives me the all. You know, when you search Google, it will give all. But what I indicated, I directed it to also to South Africa, so that it must be limited, so that it must not be global. So on that, I was able to narrow the analysis based on the South African context. So, and also I use the, like in the context document analysis, like the recent document, like for example, if you can hear from the start, I also refer to the speech by the president, which means that those are some of the document analysis which I use in order to do this analysis. And I indicated there on the presentation to say I did that between March and April this year, after that approval of my abstract. So I can say also that it was the limitation of the study, like the period of doing that extensive. But however, it gives me the data which is relevant, which will also help in terms of the early early childhood development. So those are the things which I did. I think, Doc, I managed to answer that. And also there was another question to say that how university will have. So university as a center for knowledge or as a place of the research, there is a category called or the one of the function which is community engagement. So as both universities in South Africa and in the I'm not sure about in the world, on that, which means that the university partner with the community to do focus projects. Like for example, if there is a need for the early childhood development, if they can design something like a oriented certificate to develop the teacher based on that gap, which means that as a university, for example, University of Zululand, they have some projects funded for that. So which means that this engagement involve outside people from outside university who can come with a project to engage with those projects. And beside this engagement, community engagement, which the community or organization can partner with the university, there are some courses, a full degree courses of the early child. I know that UNISA is offering it's a degree which is including early child specific focus on the early childhood development. I know that I'm not sure about the University of Zululand. Are we offering that? No, we are not yet offering. So we mean that there are universities which are offering that childhood development. Mara, however, that early child. would development. But do you offer qualification? All right. Yeah, my colleague, they said that even at University of Zululand, they offer that program. So, which means that it's a matter of, as a university, to raise awareness so that people should be aware that there are things of capacitating that educational program. And also, lastly, you indicated what source I did. I use an article and documents which are recently. So I categorize to say that it's supposed to give me between 20 to 25, because for research to be relevant, it's supposed to be included the latest publications. So I think that for that I able to unless if I miss something, but I able to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, presenters. Colleagues, this brings us to the end of our session. But then there are, let me see. Okay, also, there are some few things that I need to, I don't know where I wrote them. Okay, here are the announcements. The first one, please, presenters, submit the presentation to NLSA conferences. That's what Ms. Musa said, I must tell you. And also, our session tomorrow, that's starting from 8:30. So tomorrow we'll have parallel sessions from 8:30, meaning that session 6 and 9 will be here, and then session 7 and 8. I'm not sure because Ms. Musa is not here to confirm with me. Yes, will be in that room that is currently used for session 4. I hope that one is clear. I think now this brings us to the end of our session. Thank you so much.